And we're live! Hello and welcome to Quant Gang, the most epic episode since Vegas.
What's up, everybody?
How's
I'm
everybody
still
doing?
in Vegas.
I'm still recovering from Vegas.
I'm at the airport right now, recording live. So my flight is in 6 hours, and I wouldn't miss the fun game for the work. So apologies for the
Awesome.
background noise, but I'll be here.
Yeah, awesome. And so we're going to recap everything that happened in Vegas. We've had a special testimonial video to share. And then, of course, we're going to be talking about HEX and everything else. So let's do it.
Let's do it.
Cool. So I've just got a little bit of housekeeping stuff to attend to. Now, if you went to Vegas and you didn't get a chance to pick up your merch that you ordered, go ahead and send me a message now. I'm dropping a link in the chat, t.me/MaddieAllIn, and that way we'll be able to get it shipped to you later this week. I also wanted to say thank you to people who have been donating to the funds that we have to cover the expenses from Vegas. It was about $3,000 to $4,000 that we didn't have covered yet that I'm going to pay to T-Money. And we've already had $1,200 in donations to the same address that I used for donating to the first HEX conference. And so it starts with Feed, F-E-E-D, and I just dropped it in the chat here, the Etherscan address, so that if people want to donate so that we can pay for everything that we did in the event, that'd be great. And that way we'll be able to keep putting on events and having the community support. So thank you so much to the people who have already donated to that. And I wanted to remind people to follow WhalesOnly on YouTube, youtube.com/WhalesOnly, and to follow Freedom TV, who helped us with the Vegas event, and that's at freedomtv.info. And let's see. So thanks to everybody who came to the event. It was a huge success.
It was
and
great.
What did you guys think of it?
Oh, Karim, you go first, bro.
I'm still here, Maddie. To let you know.
Exactly, right?
It's not even over yet. So, but yeah, I mean, it was a blast. Meeting everybody, meeting all the Mexicans. That was my mission. To pick up as many people as I can, and show everybody a good time. I went out pretty much every single day. So starting with you, Maddie, we were right around the same time. So, but it was amazing. I've been in Vegas for a little bit, my first time, but I haven't been there in over a year, so it was a blast. And then Friday, Marquee, that was my signature event, and everybody had a blast. And the best compliment I had, which is amazing, is I'm not gonna box anybody, but someone says, "Cream, the last time I had this much fun, it was when I was back in high school, and it was more than 20 years ago." So, moral of the
Wow.
story, right? One night with Cream is better than 20 years of party. So, and shout out to Joe Exotic, he made it. He gave me that one night. I asked him, so you know what I mean. And shout out to David. Some people can't hang out with me more than one night, but at least he gave me one. And Timothy Benjamin too. It was a good vibe. And yeah, show them how we do. That stuff. Amazing. And shout out to Corey as well, an investor. We went out on Saturday. We saw Rick Ross. It was pretty dope running there. And then yesterday, we had a pool party on a Monday. This is amazing. He said he missed his flight, so he's
Yeah.
here somewhere.
He chilling. He
And
ain't
then,
worried about
and,
nothing.
and then he posted a picture at the pool. So, but
living
yeah,
living that
it was a
Vegas
blast.
life.
It was a blast. So, Shout out to Dan as well. Came all the way from Russia. Uh,
Oh yeah, shout
awesome.
out to Dan.
Having a good time. So, and just to think that this is just a preview, man. Next year is gonna be more crazy. But, yeah, got to meet everybody. I give a lot of hugs. It was awesome. Shout out to No Girl as well. Goodbye. X Monkey. I mean, to everybody. I got to meet Maddie. That was awesome. Face to face. Got to meet Maddie's dad too. So cool. Now I know why Maddie's so chill.
Oh,
I
I
got
didn't know
to
your
meet
father was
Wells.
there, Maddie. Damn.
Yeah,
He
we
drove.
drove
He
that.
drove the tank.
He drove the tank.
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nobody knew.
Oh
And then
shit.
and then one night he came to pick us up with his car to drove us back to the hotel. That we had a big
Nice,
chat. So it was dope. Amazing.
nice, nice.
All about the good vibe. Shout out to
Yeah.
Wells too. I know you guys can see his face, but I got to see it. It was awesome. Well, they're vibing, showing the good love. So, but yeah, Porter Panda as well. Some people came like just like a day or two, but just that was enough. Just lifting it up and talking and everything. So, best event that I've had definitely in 2021. But yeah, that's me so far.
Yeah, Vegas was crazy, man. I met so many people. Every interaction was positive. It was just, every conversation was positive. Shout out to everybody that I met. Seriously, I didn't have a bad conversation. I really tried to make time for everybody that I met. But it was hard, right? And I was there for almost a whole week. And even being there almost a whole week, it wasn't enough time to interact with everybody, spend time with everybody like we wanted to. It was just crazy, man. It was just crazy. So many good people. I mean, not good, great, right? And I think that that's the unique aspect that we're dealing with here that really makes me even more bullish than ever before. Because to have this, just a bunch of different people on the same wavelength is crazy, right? It's almost impossible. But yet here we are, a bunch of random strangers, essentially on the same mission,
Yeah.
right? On the same plane, on the same everything. So it was surreal for me because I thought I was by myself, right? And I think a lot of us felt that way. And I mean, I don't know who I didn't hug, right? And I'm not that kind of person. Like, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. So much love, so much respect, so much positive energy, right? And I think we all could use as much of that as possible.
Yeah.
And I think that that was the biggest differentiator between what people thought Vegas was going to be and what it actually was. It wasn't just a debauchery fest, right? Like we actually had fun as a community. Everybody had a good time together, regardless of where they were at. So it was just a good time, man. Again, shout out to everybody that I met. There's so many people. I'm very grateful to be a part of this community. Because again, this has honestly changed my life. It has changed my perspective, and Vegas definitely changed my perspective on everything. Because again, you go from thinking you're by yourself to realizing you are finally part of something that's actually worth being a part of, right? And I think most of us probably came away from Vegas feeling like that. I know I do. I'm looking forward to the next, minimum 15 years. Hopefully, everybody can stick around, right? Because
Yes,
it's gonna
sir.
be crazy. It's gonna be crazy, man.
Yeah, yeah, and Wales, I think you were the one who predicted it, right? That nothing would be the same in Hex, or that everything would be different after the Vegas meetup. And I think you're right. I think we're a lot closer, and we've kind of taken this community to the next level. And so it's really amazing to be a part of a community that, like you said, is so caring, so awesome. It's
Right.
this was definitely a point where we all came together after forming these online relationships, and it was really cool to see how our viewers and everybody that we watch, right,
Right.
um, got together and it made it real. Took it from
Yeah.
2D to 3D.
Correct. I mean, it was amazing, man. To take, what was the coolest thing I think for me? A lot of the social media personalities are very in line with what you found in person,
Yeah,
and I think that's probably the biggest thing, right? Like nobody in this community is on here faking the funk, right? And I think, well, you know, we see that all the time
Yeah.
on the internet.
Yeah.
So it's a unique aspect, man. It really is, because everybody's just here trying to get ahead. Everybody's here trying to affect change. Like, clearly we're gonna be rich. Clearly. Who gives a fuck about that? Like, honestly. Sure, it's gonna happen. Like, whatever. But there's more to life than just getting rich. If that's your end goal, then, you know, more power to you. But I feel I feel like it's clearly going to be, the Hex community is going to clearly do more than just get rich, because that's obvious. That's why we're in Hex in the first place. So those of us that maybe didn't understand it at first, that's fine, but you sure as hell understand it now. And one thing I will say is that I felt that energy, man, in Vegas. I mean, and we were in Vegas, where you go to throw and burn money, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I didn't. I gambled zero. I gambled $0.
I'm not I'm not into gambling. I like asymmetric bets. I don't like making stupid bets, and that's my whole thing. You know, like, why would you put yourself in a position to give money away? I don't get that, but people do that. So there you go.
So for your protection, it comes down to also who you're surrounded with at the end of the day. Yeah, so much to do, so much things to have, so many people to meet. Everybody has to fall to the top at the end of it. Money was spent, but money was spent the right way, the better way, making memories, meeting new people, having a good time, and that's better than gambling. Something I talk about all the time. And that's why Vegas is fun. You know, you can manage gambling, just go and have fun, enjoy the excursions. You're a really nice place to be. But go ahead, man. Ready to eat?
Yep. Yeah. I love those points that you made, Kareem, and I think you're right. I think everybody was there for the experience of meeting Hexicans, not for gambling or partying. And even when people partied, right, they did so responsibly. We didn't hear about people, you know, losing their seed words or, you know, beating up Bitcoiners or anything like that. Right?
So true.
Yeah, only good vibes only.
Yeah, I mean,
no accident, nobody got drunk or none of that stuff, so that's good. We just had a
Kareem,
good
can you get
time.
closer to your microphone at all?
Right. I'm a headphone. What about now? Is it better?
I think so.
yeah, we'll see when you talk a little bit more.
I use my headphones. Yeah, I said nobody lost anything, nobody got drunk, nobody got into a crazy situation. So, and it was a testament of like Mexican looking for one another. So
Yeah.
that's also why it was really good. And that's for the entire state.
Yes.
So check this out, guys. There was a tweet that one of the ultimate Hex Fucksters sent out this morning, and you guys know I don't talk about these clowns, but this is again just a testament to what I saw in Vegas on day one. Now this was day one, Maddie. When this was at Dick's when I told you this, wasn't it? It was very early on. It was very early on. I mean, I don't even know when I told you that, but it was obvious to me that after everybody meeting everybody and everybody realizing that, yeah, the respect is real and that everybody here does have principles. And most people are here for a little bit more than just getting rich. Because, again, we're clearly going to get rich. That's not a question. You're in the best asset on the planet, period. So, you know, there shouldn't be any confusion there for anybody, right? The question is, well, what do you want from life? Because there's more to life than just having money. You know, that's just a problem solver. That doesn't do shit for you. So if you just want to be a lazy fuck that does nothing, then that's fine, right? Nothing wrong with that. But if you don't, then you found the right place, right? Because there's a lot of work to do out here that isn't going to be done by itself. And that's a fact. That's a fact, right? And I think a lot of the Hexicans feel the same way as far as that goes. And that's important, right? Because we all want a better life, right? And the fact of the matter is that it's not going to happen just because we want it to. It's nice to think that, but nobody's going to give us what we want. We have to take it, period.
Yep.
You know, that's just the way it is. That's why people live how they live today, because they're letting people determine what their life is going to be like. Now, check this out. Share my screen real quick, Maddie, if you can. I just want to really show how crazy things are gonna be moving forward. Because this is nothing. Oh, we got a special
Bang,
guest.
bang. Johnny, my
Hey
man.
guys, how's it going?
Oh man, we're
Made
doing
it.
great, man. How are you doing?
Nice to have you here, man. I know you're out on a mission. That's why you couldn't be Vegas, but still,
I
give you a
am
big
on
shout
a
out.
mission. I'm on a big mission, and it's
Yeah.
about to be interesting. So I
Yes,
wanted to
sir.
update you guys on that, but I don't want to interrupt the conversation. Let you go. You want to start where you were, and
Yeah,
Yeah, you
no
know
worries.
what?
We'll let Wells go and then
It's actually supportive to what you're doing, right?
Yep.
okay.
Now let's just look at this, right? Just read, see how easy that was after Las Vegas. Now, what was it that was easy? Well, let's see. Free at last, blah blah blah. New profile pic. Then our boy HexCon hooked him up. Said, "I got you, bro." And then he came back with a swippy remark. Let me see what it was that he said. He said some slick shit. Hold on.
This is Eric Wall.
Yeah, Eric Wall, correct. He said something like, man, I can't find the damn tweet. What the hell is it?
He's talking about somebody said, "I bet you'll get more likes on this one than the original."
Yeah,
And he
right.
said,
No
he
way.
said, "I don't think so." And
all
there
all
it is.
Hexo did was send a tweet saying, "Get
Wow.
likes in this shit," and it happened in 2.5 seconds.
Wow.
It took no time, literally. Like, look at this, 3:43 a.m. Right? Let's see when I sent this out, 12:19 p.m. and that's because that's when I caught it, right?
Wow.
Because when did Hexo sent out that tweet? Let's see.
They're going to catch on, man. When do the influencers figure out that they're going to get better and more positive attention talking good things about Hex than they are talking the negative things? There's going to be an epiphany that they're going to have at some point where they have to come to that rationalization. Wait a second here. The people that are cheering me on because I'm saying bad things about Hex got no following. They're a bunch of little trolls. These people that are
Literally.
cheering about Hex got a whole community, you know?
A whole community, and this little series of tweets is just a testament to how quickly and effectively we can get things done. Now, this is obviously trivial, but it's just a fine example because of how trivial it is. Imagine something that actually fucking matters. We're talking about a group of people with principles and values. That's almost unheard of in today's era. I mean, I thought I was by myself, right? Like, seriously. And clearly I'm not. So I'm excited about life again. It's a good feeling to have. Look at what we did. And this is, again, inconsequential. And that's what's great. Because if we can tackle something, I mean, look at this. 93 versus 376.
It's not even close.
Not even close.
Don't play good.
Not at all.
Yeah, I did. We're on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. This is just Twitter. So, Johnny, please do your best updating us with all the legalese that you got going on over there, because you're the boss right now.
Yeah.
So this is kind of where we're at. So what I did with the case that we're pursuing. So what we did was
Wait, what?
Oh, what happened?
Oh no. He must have cut out.
We got rug pulled by Johnny.
Yeah, open it
Oh,
back.
here we go.
Yeah, I figured he was going
And
to
we're
hop right back
back.
Go ahead,
I
Johnny.
might have to drop my green screen because I think I might be using up too much power here.
in. Much bandwidth.
But so what we did was I paid upfront for to commission the attorney's office to write the cease and desist letter, and was our initial start. What we were hoping, well, I won't say we were hoping. Actually, we're kind of hoping they would have declined it like they did and just ignored it and hoped to go away, because now we can actually proceed with the real case. And we can actually shine a flashlight
Rope-a-dope.
that are corrupt. We can request financial records. We can do so much fun stuff.
Because you initiated discovery, basically, right?
Do what?
you initiate discovery, basically, right? Which is going to force them to relinquish information.
Yes. So I have to meet with them next week to talk about how we're going to approach this. And I don't want to disclose any information that may allow their legal team to prepare in any fashion. But I have a lot of the community members that want to support and want to add money to the till. Don't worry about it. Okay?
Can we say what this is?
Not
Because so I think everybody who went to Vegas knows that the Hexicans have started to take legal action against CoinMarketCap, which has been gatekeeping Hex from the beginning. This is part of the reason why I got involved. Thank you, CoinMarketCap. Thank you for gatekeeping Hex. Thank you for giving some of us a huge purpose to speak the truth, speak truth to power, to go on camera, and to start a movement. And I think it's helped keep the price low so that people can buy in before whales get in.
The right people too, which is the key, I think.
Yes, thank God for CoinMarketCap gatekeeping. We we appreciate you so much. But really, Johnny here has found something that is a huge purpose for all of us. And we can't thank you enough, Johnny. You're putting your name into this. You're putting your money. You're putting your time and effort and energy.
It's invaluable.
Yeah, I'm no superhero, guys. I'm no superhero. I'm doing this because this is the right thing to do. It's just there's so much corruption in the space, and everybody has been pointing the finger at us and calling scam. It's about time we call out the real scams. And we clean up this damn crypto space. We get rid of these influencers that are paid to hurt people financially. They are paid to represent websites that list coins according to how they're paid. All of this blood money that they're rolling in. And it is no good for the growth of the space for people to come into the crypto space and be greeted with all of these harmful entities. And look, if we want to grow the crypto space, we have to straighten up this sort of cartel that's kind of controlling things here. And the only way to do that is to bring them into the real world and into the light. If you try to fight them on their own turf, they're going to ignore you, they're going to ghost you, and they're going to keep promoting their sites like they're trusted and everything else, and they're just snowing everybody. And it's got to stop. It has to stop. If we're going to grow, if we're going to expand, we have to bring attention to this. And something people don't get, all this time, the people have been screaming, we're the scammers. Look, we're taking legal action. Scammers don't take legal action.
Boom.
Yep.
Think about that. Who doesn't respond to legal action?
The scammers. That's
Did
right.
they even address their cease and desist letter? Did they take it seriously? No. And the reason why they never had to is because a lot of things in the crypto space are not legit. So they've never had the resistance because they never faced an actual product that is legit, that has investors that have lost money due to these issues, and their gatekeeping. So they just picked on the wrong coin. They suppressed a actual legitimate project and thought they would get away with it because it's been okay for them so far. Well, welcome to the real world. We're dragging you out of your little safe zone and we're pulling you into the octagon of the real world. And we're going to see how that holds up in court. And that's what we're going to do because it needs to be done.
Yeah. So check this out, right? Go ahead, Johnny. Go ahead.
It's not even the money issue. It's an ethics issue.
Correct.
And I find that really interesting because, like I said, we've been the ones that have been accused of being the scammers, right? And there's all this unethical stuff that happens in the crypto space and all these paid promotions, these shills. I am fairly certain our latest bout with the TikTokers were sponsored by CoinMarketCap because if you notice, there seems to be that same tone. Why isn't it on CoinMarketCap if it's legit? That is almost like scripted, and I've seen like 5 or 6 of these that are almost scripted, identical, and we're going to be investigating that too.
So what's interesting, Johnny? On Wall Street, right? What would happen in a case like this is that so what would happen is clearly coin market crap would be found liable clearly for practicing for operating under bad faith, and
Fraud.
what would act right or fraud, whatever you want to call it. Like there's a million ways to slice this cat, right? Long story short, they defrauded whoever uses that site because they're not representing the data accurately. They're curating that data, right?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it changes the perspective of how they're operating, and they don't understand that, right? This is what Section 230 is all about here in the U.S. with respect to social media sites and whatnot. So while people like to act like, oh, it's your company, no, it's not your company, it's not your business, it's not how it works. When you're facilitating, go ahead.
Yeah, you can't advertise yourself as a fair, unbiased, and trusted site, and then manipulate data.
Yeah.
And because they have manipulated data, this is financial data.
Correct.
And we can prove a large majority of people, they have 270 million views a month. And this is people's financial, wow. These are people looking to this as financial advisor.
Right.
Okay. So they are misleading people because they do take the numbers from the blockchain, curate them, position them and manipulate them any way that they want them in any way that they see fit. And then they advertise themselves as a fair and trusted site. It does not get any more fraudulent than that. And we have the evidence. We have the evidence to the suppression of the numbers. We have the evidence of video where we can show that their historical data does not match what they're showing the public. We have correspondence back and forth between different people that have spoken with their representatives on why they choose to do what they do. So the file is thick. The attorney's office was very excited because this is not all coming out of my pocket. This is going to become, at this point, it's going to be a percentage of the claim. And let me tell you,
that's major. That's actually
where
major.
It gets better. What I was going to pursue for, the amount that I was looking to pursue for, I would have never even imagined the numbers that they put down on the paper of what they're pushing for.
I mean, it's a serious issue, Johnny. Right? It's a very serious issue because, again, it's like you say, there's people searching for something, and here they are running into, I don't even know what to call it, just false information, right?
So did you say it was how many million per month?
270.
270 million views per month.
270 million people views. Defrauded each month.
Correct.
Yes.
Wow.
And they're bragging about it. We have their caption. This is from their own site. They're bragging about how many views they get. What they have done is literally they will be telling the court how strong their power and influence actually is, which is not going to work in their benefit.
I mean, you know what's funny?
In fact, their website has totally given us all the evidence that we really need to, and this goes beyond that, because once this case is initiated, this is the Pandora's box that these bright people really don't get, is the fact that this does bring down regulators.
Yep.
Not with our doing, just the fact that it will bring enough attention that even if our case does not go as far as we would like it to, which there's not really an issue with that, but I'm just saying it's going to bring down the spotlights. It's going to bring down the hammer really, really bad. The smartest thing they could have done was fire the social media person and then say, oops, he made a mistake. Let's correct that. And they would have been out of this. But instead, their arrogance is what's going to cause this fall. And it's going to be a blood bath. They're not going to have a company. And CZ's going to have to dig into his pockets to cover the bills. That's where this is going to go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not only that, they thought they were above the law.
Oh yeah.
Whatever. The fact that the BS was throw at us. Like, no.
Well, because there was no one to challenge them, right? If they ban an illegitimate project that was going to fail anyway, nobody has any money to pursue anything, right? So they've never had this issue before. So it's like thinking, being in a couple street brawls and thinking that you're a badass fighter and jumping into the octagon. Welcome to my octagon.
Not quite the same thing.
This is going to be a totally different scenario for them, because they can't just ignore us, because first of all, we have the money, we have the support of the community, we have all the evidence behind us. They have given us more evidence than we need, in their own words and their own arrogance, because the people writing their website and making the communications have poorly chosen their words. And it's just, and why do they need to pay influencers to promote their website? Why do people even need these sites, really? I mean, actually, and I'm not trying to take away from it, but really, these sites are middlemen. Okay, crypto's supposed to get you away from middlemen. What they're teaching people is a dependency on these market cap sites for their financial decisions, and they're using that as a marketing mechanism in order to pay and promote whatever it is that they're behind, right? They can move coins up and down the list as they choose. They can give better placement. They can give ads and advertisement. They're an ad company is what they are. They are not a fair and trusted site. They're an ad company. They're like a tabloid, Yeah.
I would. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Maybe someday in the future they'll be recognized as a drug company, right? And then the DEA or the FDA or somebody can get involved, because people love getting their little dopamine hit from checking the price of things, right? And so CoinMarketCap is even exploiting that, right? Because they're serving people up when they're feeling good. They're serving them up with margin trading. And that's how they make their money, is by sending people to a centralized exchange, people who have been interested in cryptocurrency, which is decentralized. And
the thing is, what's curious about it is, when you think about it, when people defend sites like CoinMarketCap, it shows what they don't know, right? If they actually knew how to pull real information off the blockchain, they wouldn't be dependent on these things. But what they're doing is they're playing middleman, and they're getting in between people and real knowledge too. They're preventing people from looking any farther, because if you're in everybody's face, it's just simply accepted as fact. And then you literally have people attacking you, defending CoinMarketCap, because they've come accustomed to believing that what they're reading is real, right? But because they're able to manipulate numbers how they choose and how they see fit, in reality, they've been making reality.
Yes.
Because they've been creating that reality by getting enough people to believe it. And HEX is the first coin that said, you know what? It doesn't matter what you say about us. We're still going to outperform everything else. And we have. Now imagine, we're at just to give you a concept here, we're at a $50 billion market cap. What do you think being listed on page 3 actually cost us? And then start multiplying that market cap and realize the depth of how much of a claim this lawsuit could be. Like I said, when the number came back, I was like, huh? I mean, I wasn't even thinking on that kind of level. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the settlement will be. But I'm going to be as hard on them as humanly possible.
Well, the price moves as a function of a square, right? With the automated market maker. So it really is an incredible number.
It's an insane number.
Absolutely.
It's an insane number. They don't realize how much damages they caused or how much damages they can be found liable for. They have no clue. They probably look at the attorney's letter and go, these guys aren't real. This is a ridiculous number. We'd have to sell 3 companies to pay for this. Yeah. Well, you're gonna probably have to pack up and move out of the U.S. with your Binance US too, because that's gonna get closed down too. So, you're gonna have to rob Peter to pay Paul by the time this lawsuit is done, and it's gonna put a serious hurt on him. I don't understand why they would blow this off, though. It just doesn't make sense to me, because it's gonna be the end of the old crypto space as we know it. This is gonna be a very big deal. We're gonna clean up this act.
Absolutely.
Good, yeah.
And we're going to leave the space better than when we found it, too. It's
Yeah, I
not just
think,
for HEX, but for the whole space.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger thing here, right? Like again, I'm from the old school of crypto. I don't even understand why people use CoinMarketCap and places like that. Like I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. But here we are, right? Like I get the whole, they're basically taking advantage of the fact that people just don't know.
Exactly.
And ignorance isn't bliss. It's bliss until it's not.
And what people don't realize, they're like, oh, these Hexicans are going up against CoinMarketCap, blah, blah, blah. What they don't realize, we're not doing this for us. We're doing it for them. We know
that's
the
the funny
numbers.
thing. Yeah, that's the
We
funny
know
thing.
the real numbers.
Exactly.
They're the ones being lied to,
Yeah, sure is. I mean, it's pure cognitive dissonance to a degree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they really just are clueless and they're really relying on a middleman. It's like people that rely on Google for everything.
Yep.
Right? You don't want to be that person, believe it or not.
No,
So,
and they'll do the Google searches too, right? First thing pops up is Hex is a scam, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's the algorithm, right? So in a way, what CoinMarketCap is doing with their curation is they're running an algorithm, right? So they're being top of the list for algorithms. So people read the first line, they believe it to be true because they're gullible, right? Nobody checks anybody's homework. It's just like they listen to the influencers, but they don't take the time to go back through their feed and see what coins they shilled and how they did, right? They just take everything at face value. And what's funny is we're supposed to be the idiots, yet we're the ones that don't take things at face value. We are the skeptics. We are the analysts. We are the ones that say, I'm going to have to check on that information, because we don't accept things at face value. And we try to educate our community to not accept things at face value. That's what we do. We don't want, people to be led around by the nose. We want them to be stronger.
I'm glad you mentioned that because, again, that's kind of the same vibe I got in Vegas. Nobody was out there just being funny, right? Everybody was, just genuine. And I think that's a function of the personalities and the desires that people in this community are going to have over time, right? Just this whole coin market crap situation is just a microcosm of that, because at the end of the day, we know the data. We know that they're lying, and they know that they're lying. Their whole website is a lie, right? So there's not much hard work as far as proving that goes. It's just a matter of getting the courts to understand that, I think. And if they can pull that one off, then it's game over, right? Like it's honestly game over, because what are they going to be able to say and do then?
Yeah.
Not much.
Yeah, it's put it this way, the attorneys found this absolutely laughable. They could not believe the amount of information that I gave them. They could not believe the wording of the website.
Wow.
They are absolutely puzzled how in the hell they have not been sued before. And the law office in which I hired has won cases against Google and Amazon in multi-million-dollar suits. We're talking, my personal attorney representative has had over 30 years of experience in business law and a very, very strong, powerful track record. So I didn't hire dime store attorneys. I did the best shopping that I could. It did cost a good sum of money to initiate the case, but as it is, it's not, we're going to talk about a percentage of the cut of the settlement. And for people concerned, there will be, this is not from me. It is like a class action suit. I am just being the custodian. There will be a distribution of the settlement. I will not disclose that at this point. It will be fair. I'm not going to disclose it at this point because this is for Hexicans. And I do not want people coming in and trying to exploit the system because I reveal how that mechanism is going to be used. Okay.
Sure.
And I don't want to create some kind of FOMO where people are going to do things to manipulate their way in to get part of this claim.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have to be quiet about that. But yes, every Hexagon will benefit from this suit in some capacity or another. Because this is for you guys. This is not all about me. This is for you guys. This is for straightening up the crypto space and holding people accountable.
Yes.
Holding influencers accountable for their sponsors and disclosure of their sponsorships. Holding them accountable for who's paying them to say certain things about certain products. We're going to dig deep into this, and we're going to get some accountability because it's time. It's time for that accountability. So, but as far as support, no. If anybody tries to contact you and say, send me money for the court case, do not send them money. It's not me. I do not need your money. I don't want your money. I'm doing just fine. Okay. I appreciate everybody's support, but I do not want to be accountable for your money. Okay.
Correct.
When the case is settled, there will be a distribution and you will get money, but you don't have to pay anything in. I do appreciate the support. I appreciate you guys cheering me on and everything. I am not the only person that is in on this, that is doing this, that is pushing this out. There are other people that are working behind the scenes diligently to pull information and build a bigger case file. So it's not all me. Some people don't want to be identified at this time. But I do have the support that I need. We have a strong enough case. There's nothing to worry about. There is no position in which they can countersuit, because anything that has been said up to this point can be proven. So they can't even countersuit. So there's no way this can really go wrong, because any claim that I've made or statement that I've made is fully supported. So
I mean, that's the whole point of the blockchain, right?
Mhm.
Correct.
Oh man, they're so funny. Oh well.
So you guys got any questions for me?
So
I didn't
Johnny,
mean to crash the show.
you're doing something very selfless, and we really
That's right.
appreciate you coming on and talking about this, because this is a big deal.
Sure.
How does it feel to be giving back to the community?
You know, I blame Richard, man. He's got me. He's got me wired to want to seek justice and hold people accountable, right? I mean, I've watched him take so much abuse from these people, and nobody has ever had any substantial evidence whatsoever. And I think
because there is none, Johnny. It's because there is none.
It's watching
very
all
simple.
this false claims just fly, right? All these accusations and false claims fly around. It just kind of got my legal side of my mind going. It's like, wait a second. Here's the real corruption. We need to address the real corruption. We need to address the real bad things going on, because we have to clean up this space. So I feel like I feel like this is the best thing that I could do to make a positive impact, because nobody else is doing it. So I just kind of felt obligated to do it. And, not everybody has the experience. I've went up against a couple corporations myself and represented myself in court and did just fine. So, and that's just me representing myself in small claims court. So that's kind of funny, because you take away the power. When you do that, then it's you and them, and you take away the power of the attorney, right? So they had to play against me directly.
Nice.
So that's kind of fun. But in this case, since it is a higher claim and a larger suit, I had to go get a team of highly trained professionals to handle on this level, above my pay grade. So, and they had to be good, because if they weren't good, I would know. my interview with the attorney was he was reading me back everything I already knew, and you know, it was kind of like, okay, yeah, he's got it. This guy's got it. He already knows. And then he came up with a couple points that I didn't have, and I'm like, okay, there we go. And the quote is, there is like 1,000 different ways we can go about this. It's just a matter of deciding which way we want to start with.
Wow, that's how much
So,
evidence there is.
yes, it's just too much, and it's just a matter of how deep we want to dig, and you know, it's God, man. I mean,
You know what's funny? Essentially, all of the communication back and forth between Hexicans and CoinMarketCap, trying to get them to do the right thing, right?
Mhm.
It's just merely rope for them because they just didn't do the right thing when it was clearly being pointed out with the correct reference source, right, for the data.
Mhm.
Like, they literally painted themselves into a corner legally.
They ghost us because it works.
Yeah.
It works with something that isn't a real product.
Right.
So it's like, you know, you're not afraid of a gun if you've never been shot. You get shot once, you'd be afraid of a gun for the rest of your life, right? So you know, that's just it. They're not afraid because they've never actually had somebody pursue it. And at this point, you know, we sent them a cease and desist. They should know it's real.
You would think.
But they're still probably blowing it off because, you know, you get in denial, right? Oh, well, they can't do anything. We've been safe this whole time. Nobody's going to do anything to us.
They're
It's like,
comfortable.
look, CoinMarketCap, you're what, 4 years old?
Yeah, but
You
they're
think you're going to
comfortable
be
though,
safe
right?
forever? No.
Yeah. The big bad 1.5-year-old is about to come kick their ass.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
It's funny.
Let them know who is top place right around the corner.
And Johnny, is this helping with your sudden wealth syndrome at all?
A little bit. I spent money, right?
Gotta spend it on something. Can't keep it forever.
Well, it's kind of a Maddie was with me and he came up to visit me and I told him, I said, man, I kind of feel guilty because it's like, you know, because I have this knowledge about this thing that other people don't, and then you try to tell them about it and they don't want to listen. And I got one of my buddies that picks on me all the time about crypto. He's a Hexican today. I just got him signed up. I sent him some Hex. And that was one of my guys that's been picking on me for the past year and a half, going, still doing that crypto quips thing? I showed him my account and he goes,
Yeah, but that woke his ass up.
why didn't you tell me about that one?
You show him the dream account and you let that speak for you. That's it. Execute, this is how we do it. Talk is cheap. We got the facts.
So yeah, it's helping. I feel like this is going to be a good thing. I don't like. See, the thing is, you guys know me. You know, I let you guys do the shows, and I don't really show up that much. You know, I used to fill in, you know, with RG when nobody would show up and stuff. But I don't like the spotlight. I actually get really pissed off when people make me do the spotlight thing, right? So the part of my motivator behind this is the fact that, you know, CoinMarketCap's really pissing me off because they're making me do this. All they had to do was listen. I've been giving warnings this whole time, and they just blew me off. You know, we had plenty of straight communication. We had support of the community. You know, I had contacted them via email. Firebun was for a while sending correspondence back and forth, trying to get you know, it's not like the communication was not there, right? And I even put out a warning because what I figured they would do in most cases is file the social media guy, say they didn't know, and then make the correction. So I put out a warning to the social media guy, you know, CoinMarketCap guy. I said, just so you know, they're going to blame you. So you might want to be looking for another job, because I figured that's how it would go down. Well, there was a social media guy from Binance that recently quit shortly after that post. So I don't know if that's related or not, but it was kind of interesting that it just happened to pan out that way, right?
It probably was.
So, but there are no changes, and they just ghosted the cease and desist. They had till Monday to respond, which they didn't. So that allows us to pursue, because it has to happen in order, right? You have to give them at least an opportunity to make the correction before you file suit. And I've given them a year of opportunity, but we made it official by sending the cease and desist. So they've had a year of time to get out of this, and now it's too late. Now it's too late. Now it's blood time. And this is not going to be, oh, okay, we're going to go to court and change it. No. I've got money in this now. My attorneys are going to be charging for this now. And this is not coming out of my pocket at this point. This is coming out of theirs.
It's time to pay up.
It's time to pay up, because now they've cost me time, they've cost me money, and they're going to have to do more than just fix it now, because now it's gone on too long. They've had, come on, a year and a half.
Oh,
And
straight lies.
And now they're gonna put a respect on our name because they know what it is. You know what I mean? You're not nice, but kind. You give you a chance. And pay attention, and we come get you.
I'm just mean as hell, man. That's just me. I ain't even pretending to be nice.
Nah, we don't want to be nice. We want to be kind. So you're on the right camp.
Now, Johnny, can I show you something?
Sure.
The T-Share app that I've been working on, I wanted to give a little demonstration here because I think it's definitely what I've been investing a ton of time into in order to do my part to give to the community for free. And I was wondering if maybe you have another 60 seconds that I could show you what I got.
Yeah, I'm here.
Awesome.
Do your thing, man. This is your show.
So this is because these other two guys have already seen it. So this is tshare.app. It's a website and it connects to MetaMask. And so this is something that I've collaborated with a genius dev who we had on Quant Gang before and who I hope to have as a guest in the future. But this is an onboarding tool. So this is designed to send to people who don't have HEX. But it's so fun. I think even people who have HEX will enjoy using it. So people go to tshare.app and on a mobile phone, it's going to have a landing page and then you tap to say, switch to MetaMask. And if somebody doesn't have MetaMask already, it will take them to the App Store to download the real MetaMask automatically. And if they do have MetaMask, it will automatically open up in the web browser in MetaMask and ask to connect. So it's a read-only connection. All of the actions that happen within T-Share app are done with MetaMask's approval. So the approval pops up and you say whether you want to do something or not. But for the actual T-Share app, so we're going to tap there, and then we're playing a video game for 15 seconds. The controls only go up and to the right like HEX. And so I'm going to try to, you can lose the game. So I'm going to try to drop it right on this heart here. And then I tap the drop claw button and it pulls up the heart. So I still don't know what's going on here. I got 100 points of something in 10 years. That doesn't make sense, but I'm going to hit keep prize. And the app automatically knows that I already have HEX, automatically knows that I already have enough for a gas fee. And so if I click this button, mint prize, you can't see on your side, but it's already popped up with a MetaMask confirmation to say, so I can hit the button to create a real stake for 10 years. And so that's really, it was that fast in order to make a stake to play the 15-second game and then to go through the checklist here. So if I switch to a wallet that doesn't have any HEX, then it will guide me through buying HEX within the app, within MetaMask. And so MetaMask has a connection to, depending on which country you live in, it has a connection to Apple Pay in some cases, as well as Transact. And so the app actually walks you through and pulls up within the screen there so people can buy $50 or more worth of ETH. And then they press the next button that says convert to HEX. And so that pulls up Uniswap within MetaMask, and then they can do their swap there, and then they can create their first stake. And so people can go from fiat to T-shares in minutes or seconds, depending on how many seconds it takes. And then they can have community for life. So
Yeah, that's pretty slick.
and then we added a button here to the go.tshare.app, which is going to show the stakes that you've made. And so you can see here that there are stakes broken down by each one, and then there's a summary. I mean, this works just like it's a front end for Hex, right? So it's go.hex.com. And I'm not going to emergency end stake here, but that's an option. And then here we've got to create a new stake. You can choose any amount of Hex, so you're not limited on the tshare.app. It's simplified the choices for new people down to, do you want a 5, 10, or 15-year stake? And then it's always only 500 Hex that you're doing. It's about $40 or $50 worth of Hex at a time. So somebody can create a ladder, 15 years, 10 years, and 5 years, depending on which heart they picked up from the claw machine. And that decides how long their stake is. But here, people can choose any amount of time. But what they're going to see is a chart of future market supply. These are when other people's stakes are coming out. And so today we're on year 10 or day 1096. If I click here before this big stake, I could click on that one and I could come out the same day. So it would change the day there. Or I could choose this day where there's not much. Then it'll change the day again here. So it's an interactive chart where I can zoom around and look and see where the big stakes are, so I can plan my stake. And then if I hit stake now, then it'll create a real stake. So
what
yeah.
I would do as far as marketing this, Maddie, is I would get a hold of Seth Mendoza. He does like the doodly cartoon type stuff.
Ooh,
and he could probably put together a real good demo for this so that you could use it as marketing. I think it's a cool app. It's not probably something, the more experienced Texicans, it wouldn't be something that they would use, but you might be able to
I mean, for me, I would, because it shows me the future market supply, and because we're going to be probably integrating T-share years into it so that people can see their balances, how it's a continuous function down instead of a stepping function. And I think, but definitely right now, what we have right now is an app that onboards people without giving them information overload on the front end. So I can send this to people, and I already have, and they can go through the steps without me instructing them. And so that's pretty powerful to get people into Hex right away with just $50 as the minimum amount. I think that's the thing that's brand new here.
Right. Yeah, I think, like I said, just as far as marketing it, that's who I would get a hold of to help you put it together in such a way but that's what you need, is simple marketing to go with the simple product.
Yes.
Something that breaks it down,
And we're not taking any fees on this. So this is our gift to the community. The cost of developing it and all the time and energy was just, that's our donation.
Boom.
That is awesome. It's neat. It's different. It's kind of weird looking at that, though, because of what I'm already used to,
Sure. Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
So it kind of throws me. So it's like a little bit, it's like, okay, kind of, sort of, I get, But
I think this is the best way to lose $50.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah. Send it to your future self.
Because it happens so quickly.
Easily. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, a lot of these little Gidget type applications are actually very effective. A lot of these apps get downloaded and used and stuff, but I mean, I don't really grasp it.
So this and this is not a download. Just to reiterate, it's this is just a website inside of it automatically opens in MetaMask, and so That's another reason why it's powerful, is that people don't have to download anything. We don't
Okay.
have to know who you are. We don't get any of your data. It's not gate kept by app stores. It's code that is simply just running as a website. It feels like an app because the programmer has made it to have cool buttons and cool animations, but really that was a lot of extra work just to make kind of gamify it more and to make it work really smoothly. But yeah, it takes away a lot of the gatekeeping, I think, and it represents our contribution to the community, and so that's where I found the parallels with what you're doing, and it feels good to me. It feels really good to give back, because I really appreciate everything that the community has done for me to get me engaged, to help me believe in HEX, to learn about it, to invest in it, to do well personally. And so thank you to Richard and the community for everything that we're building here.
Amen. Maddie, quick question about the amount, the 500 that you mentioned. Is that the maximum somebody can stake using that, or can they manually change?
Yeah. So here, 500 HEX is the max. It's the only amount that somebody can stake with tshare.app. And then when you go to the full experience here at go.tshare.app, then you're able to stake any amount that you want. So when you create a new stake, then it could be more than 500, it could be less than 500. This is just a version of go.hex.com that's going to show up on your desktop browser and on your phone in a way that fits on the screen and gives you slightly more information in a way that you can read a little bit easier. Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. You got another front end too, so if you know,
Yes.
that's a good thing to point out, because if go.hex.com were to go down, this is another front end that you can utilize to interact with your MetaMask wallet, much like
Correct.
backuphex.com and stuff like that. Yeah, that's it's good. I mean, the more front ends we have, better. I mean, it's a beautiful front end. You got the little charts there and stuff too.
Yeah, thank you.
So
and shout out to the developer who
I will check it out. I will go play with it with my MetaMask.
Awesome.
The little game thing, I understand the gamification thing and how that gets people on the hook and stuff. But I mean, as far as the front end wise, I mean, that's the more front ends we have, the better.
Yes.
It's amazing though. People don't understand that. They don't understand that HEX is not a website. It's not a platform. Yes. It's not a company. It's none of those things. HEX lives on the internet. Just we're accessing it through different front ends. If the website goes down, there are other front ends, like even this one. New front ends popping up all the time that allow you to continue to have access, even if Richard disappeared off the face of the planet. HEX still goes on. These centralized platforms with finance in the name, you guys have seen those finance coins.
They're the best. They are the best. Oh,
that is the BitConnect 2.0 right there. It's a finance platform, a lending platform. That is BitConnect. I don't understand why they go and say, ooh, no, you guys are selling BitConnect 2.0.
I mean, don't tell them that.
To promote these finance coins. What the hell?
Don't tell them that, because they won't see it that way. Right?
No, they don't get it. They don't get it. It's a centralized platform with an off switch. What part of that don't they get? HEX is not a centralized platform. It's not a platform at all. It's a code. It lives free on the internet. We just have different doors that we take to access it.
That's it. Literally.
Very well said.
So here people can see what I'm seeing when it pops up in MetaMask. Probably you can see now that it's showing up here under the MetaMask notifications. So it's that's the part that you can't see when you're sharing your screen any other way. Yeah, so thanks guys for taking a look at this. And to the audience here, I would just ask, since the developer and I, since we've been spending many hours every day for the last month and even more, the developer wrote 3,500 lines of code and spent countless hours creating the game part, which is part of the front end. And then there were about 10,000 lines of code that went into the wallet there, which used to be called hexmob.win, if people remember OGs. And and then we put up about $1,600 to create a server and to do the website name and everything. We don't want any money for this. Please do not donate to us. Please don't think that there's a fee, because there's not. All we're asking is that you help us market it and that you help onboard people using this and any other tool that's out there, because we really, we want people to be able to find HEX. We want to get people in with their $50 before they even understand what HEX is, right? And then I think that if people aren't getting information overload, then they'll come back in a couple of months. They'll see that the price might be higher, right? Definitely the price of a t-shirt will be higher. And then they'll be hooked, right? They'll hook into the community, and then the community will be able to take over their education from there. Instead of just picking people who are already ready and spending hours and hours explaining what is money, what is Bitcoin, what is HEX, we can just say, here's your homework, put $50 into tshare.app, and then get back to me. And they do it, and they can get back to you or not, and then they'll be thanking you later on, because it's so easy and simple, and then they'll be able to do the learning when they're ready. But we don't want to just include people into this new financial future who are ready. We want to make people ready, and we make people ready by getting them into HEX, to introduce them to the future way that they can save, to send money to their future selves. And what we really do here as well is it gives people contact with success, because they're doing it themselves. They're getting themselves into HEX. Then they come back later, and the other bonus that they're going to discover is that 15-year stake that they made with the claw game was not a Quattro Cinco, and so they'll get the excitement of joining the Quattro Cinco club after they learn that there's a little bit more than just the game involved. So.
Well, I don't know that everybody that comes into HEX or utilizes HEX is going to be 100% pure Hexican. They might not all be excited about the same things that we are, but I mean, you know how I break it down, Maddie? I just tell people, look, this is just a piggy bank, okay? You're supposed to put a little money away that you don't need right now and send it to your future self. And it's just a piggy bank. You know, it happens to be the baddest ass performing piggy bank on the face of the planet.
Boom.
But it's just a piggy bank, right? You know, and that usually works pretty good. You know, and if it needs to go a little farther than that, I say, look, okay, it's like owning your own 401k. You know, you don't touch it. You're just putting some away. It's what you can afford to lose right now. Just put it off to the side. You pay yourself in the future. Don't worry about it. Come back when it's time. You know, I don't. We can't do the Michael Saylor thing. Mortgage house, sell your car, do it. You know, it's like, you know, just put it in realistic terms, because a little bit of money that people put away in HEX now can be sufficiently so much more later. I mean, just look at how far we've come, and with all this gatekeeping, all this bullshit we've had, you know, everybody attacking us. It's been a witch hunt, man. It's been an absolute witch hunt. You know, we've got every village idiot around chasing us with pitchforks, thinking they're bright, and they're tripping over themselves and falling on their faces every time they're going, scam! Oh, look, it just pumped again.
Every time somebody calls HEX a scam, all it does is make the bid stronger. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, you know, again, the data's on the blockchain. Like, there's literally nothing to like discuss. Like, it's so crazy. The data's in your face, man. Like, if you don't want to see it, that's literally your own problem. Like, you know, this is why Maddie's app is so great, right? It literally removes all of the potential for cognitive dissonance by allowing somebody to make a mistake that's going to cost them $50. They're going to come back and check it later on and be like, wow, this is the best mistake I've ever made. Let me look into this even further.
Yes.
Right? Like, that's the way I view it.
And we designed it for people who know someone who is in HEX. So if HEX has helped you, if you're a Hexican, this is made for people who know you, who know that you're doing something with crypto, and you can send them one text message, tshare.app, and then they can figure it out for themselves. And that's going to help more people than we have time for. Than are going to already be interested in watching a multi-hour stream or even just a several-minute thing. And so the other thing that we're using as maybe a hook to help people get into HEX is the testimonial videos. And so people have seen the first one that we debuted last week on Quant Gang. I have not had a chance to process any more. I'm also doing a special video that I'll release later today or tomorrow or the next day to honor Hexologist, because Hexologist has, streamed for 571 days straight and retired to doing weekly or multiple streams per week, but not every day as of Saturday. And I can't thank him enough. I'm so happy for him that he's going to be taking care of himself and wow, what an achievement, what a community that we have, right?
Yeah.
That's the dedication right there. He's definitely the most dedicated Hexican we've got,
Yes.
Yeah, every day is no easy feat, that's for sure. I mean, you imagine the days that there was nothing to talk about.
Childbirth, what the hell?
Nothing's gonna put a speed bump in this car ride.
So, like you, Hexo, nothing is going to stop me from this court case.
Oh man, much respect to Hexo.
Bulldoze, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's funny, man, because while it's kind of a complicated case, right?
Now we lost Whales.
Uh-oh.
He'll be back.
He'll be back. Hey, you guys look like you were having a blast in Vegas. I am disappointed that I didn't get to go, but I am coming next time. I see that you set the schedule so it's the 1st of March, the first part of March, and I have a convention at the end of March. So I'll be able to have 2 conventions in the same month, I guess. So
nice.
Cool.
But I will be there.
Definitely.
I will be there.
It was epic, but this is just started, so next year's going to be even better.
And I wanted to get with more members of the community. It's pretty obvious, like the dates 3, 6, 9, right? March 6th through 9th. That's obviously when it's going to be. And shout out to the community for really coming up with the idea of a festival, and because that's really the vibe that it seems like we had going in Vegas. People were not there to gamble. It wasn't a gambling event. But if we have festival where people are coming together to, all be in one place and to celebrate community.
It's like family, man.
To music and speeches and like family.
It was like family. I mean, because we've spent so much time communicating on here, and I've never seen a community of any cryptocurrency people just run around and go take pictures with each other. That's unheard of. It's absolutely unheard of. And Maddie, you're not too far from me, so you're welcome to visit. You know where I'm at now. So you're welcome to visit if you ever happen to come through here. So we're friends now, man. That's it's just how it is, right?
Thank you for the diamond that you gave me.
Hey, no problem. I was gonna hand those out. I'm gonna hand those out next show. I'll be handing those out so everybody can go. Hey, I got my diamond. Yes, they are props, but
of course. Cool. Yeah.
I'm not handing out real diamonds.
That Southern Wealth Syndrome hasn't hit that hard yet, right?
Johnny, just give you another year or 2. Don't worry.
I missed the Tank Crush. I missed the clubbing with Cream.
Oh, man.
I missed the damn karaoke time. I totally love the karaoke time. So yeah,
Karaoke was
I missed all
epic.
the
Hex
fun
team
stuff.
was getting loose out there. It was just epic to watch. You know what I mean? And what's good about also next year is like for those who can't take the heat, instead of like 110 in March, it should be like about 90 degrees.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like that much of a difference, but it is.
Well,
Oh, it is.
It is.
And there's gonna be smaller meetups, of course, in between. Hexicans, like you said, Johnny, are family and love getting together and just having that vibe. And so that's another thing that I'm super excited about. Johnny and I are gonna visit more, before the next big Hex meetup, and I'm sure because people are talking about it, they're telling me about it. Lots of other people will as well be getting together regionally. So.
Oh yeah, I already have a couple people that are gonna swing through here. I mean, it's just gonna happen naturally, I think, because people just want to. Like now, we know it's real, right? Like it's not social media anymore; it's real life, right? And I think that's the biggest impact that Vegas had. I mean, again, as as consequential as that series of tweets were, it happened in minutes. Right, and that's the whole point. We can organize and execute effectively without any discussion. It's just okay, done. That's it. That's powerful. It's very powerful.
And we had a lot of people that couldn't make it to Vegas because of the COVID situation.
Right.
Some people had prior engagements. Some people had issues and stuff. But since we're planning farther ahead and everything, I think that's what's going to be cool. Is because with the farther planning. I've had so many people say, Johnny, damn, I wish you would have been there. I wish you would have been there. And it's like, me? What do you guys want me to? It's like, it's such a weird experience, because it's like, I guess you feel like your words mean something, when you do have the support of the community.
Right.
And I almost feel like I let people down because I didn't go.
Yeah,
it's a bizarre thing.
That's about right, though. Because let me tell you, Johnny, you weren't there. It was so crazy. And Karim can freaking confirm this, and so can Maddie, because we were all running around all over Vegas, man. And we were trying to go from one thing to the next, just trying to spend with as much time with people as possible. Like I've never had so many sit-down conversations in my life with people. Like it was just, the vibe was incredible, man. It was incredible.
Yeah. Starting with the hugs, I did some of the hugs. Awesome.
Everybody hugged, man.
Everybody runs around hugs people.
Everybody hugged.
Just like Timothy Benjamin came out here. Coffee and Gary came here. Maddie came here. I hugged everybody. It's like I never hugged so many guys in my life.
Exactly.
Hey guys.
Never. Never.
I'm not even all that huggy of a person, but
I'm not either.
It's like the community though. It's like there is that. This is not just like it's real, it's real. We form real relationships with people. Sometimes we get angry with each other, sometimes we disagree, but we've got a real relationship,
Correct.
It's not something I've ever seen in crypto.
Nope.
I would never even think about speaking about another coin or promoting another coin or asking my friends to get into it because I know how much garbage is out there, right?
Correct.
So but this has been just a completely different kind of experience. And I think because we're forged out of fire, because we've had all the resistance that we've had, it takes the higher end, more intelligent people to see past the bullshit. So, I found a whole bunch of people that are intelligent, that are worth speaking to, So you get more of that,
key, isn't it?
That bond, right?
Yeah, that's the key. I didn't have a single bad conversation, man. And this is even including when people have had spats on Twitter, right? Like the genuineness of the average Hexican is just ridiculous, right? And again, man, it's just a testament to what we have here. And again, it lends credence to the good work that CoinMarketCap has done in crafting such a community by mistake. Right, like they don't know what they did, and that's the best thing, right? This is why I love talking about second, third, and fourth order effects. This is exactly that, right? What are the odds? I found Hex by mistake, man. I wasn't looking for it, and here I am, right? And I'm pretty sure there are probably some more people out there like that. They found it by mistake, and here you are.
Absolutely, that's what makes it even more
magic. So much more than just the financial product too, because you cannot recruit this community is 1 in a million, 1 in a billion chances that the cosmic alignments happened to build this community the way that it has. It's crazy.
It's unfathomable, man.
It shouldn't have worked, but it did.
Exactly. Exactly.
It should not have worked, but it did. All the resistance would have crushed anything lesser, but it's like holding a beach ball underwater. You just can't.
That's right.
No matter how hard you try, that beach ball is going to pop right back up. And I feel sorry for the people that think that they could just stick their head in the sand and this is going to go away. We're not going anywhere, and we don't quit. We just keep moving forward,
That's right.
Absolutely. And we're getting bigger and bigger too. So again, from the heart, from meeting the people, that's why I postponed, energies until the last day, because I was like, I'm here to meet my people. So as many exponents as I can. So I'm just creating community. So it was just great. Us hang out in places, thank yous for going out. And also, like, now I could probably say there's many places around the world that I can just go and I know I'll be welcome. There's Mexican living there, so that's also great.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
To me, that's the real value. Yeah.
I mean, let me ask you guys this. I mean, if it were any other community, would you really go around and actually meet these people?
No.
No.
Not
because there's not much to talk about. It's just gonna be one of those business conference that you go to. It's like people are just so robotic. Like, hey, how you doing? Da, da, da. Here's my business card. Like it's just like, you know what I mean? Can you just be a person for 5 minutes? Like,
just 5. Just 5.
We're asking for money. Like, imagine meeting people. It's like, great, big hug. It's like, that's awesome,
right.
Man. How you been? Like, they're like a family reunion.
The connection is just unreal. It's just unreal, to actually go, hey, I need to meet that dude, and then you meet that dude. You're like, hey, that's a cool dude, because it's the weirdest thing. I've never had that experience, and I'm not totally antisocial. I mean, I go to conventions and trade shows, and I see people all the time. But this is just different. This is just different. I mean, we feel like we're like on the same wavelength.
Yes, that was exactly the same phrase that damn near everybody has used, Johnny. It's like you were in Vegas, and this is the whole point. All Vegas did was confirm what we already knew, right? And I think that was the most powerful thing about it. Now we know we are all on the same wavelength. There's no confusion there. I mean, let me tell you, man, just because somebody asked, because I think I've told the story before, but not in detail. So how did I find HEX? So I've never given the whole story, so let me give the whole story. I had just destroyed a personal relationship of like 3+ years, right? And it was just my self-destructive character doing what it always does. So that fell apart. Time passes by. I decide I need to rectify my life or my EQ, right? Because we as guys, right, we have a bad way of looking at things sometimes when it comes to females, to the point that when you do find the right one, you don't know what to do, right? Because it's not normal. Anyway, long story short, I decide to rectify my way of being, my way of looking at things, just expand my horizons. I was feeling stagnant. I needed to do more. So I decide to learn internet stuff. And long story short, I'm learning about the domain name system. And that's exactly how I ended up finding HEX on YouTube, like just on YouTube, just randomly. So it's not like I wasn't even looking for crypto stuff. I was literally learning about the internet and how it functions and operates and all of that nitty gritty stuff. And this is where it brought me. I mean, it's incredible. Talk about serendipity, man.
Didn't you run across one of my rants or something? Yeah,
I did. I mean, look, the beginning was so weird because, again, you don't have this amalgam. Like, HEX isn't promoted on the algorithm front of YouTube, right? Mm-hmm. Bitcoin, Ethereum, all that crap is. So you don't really see much HEX content just floating around. You literally have to look for it, right? So that was what was unique for me once I realized that, because even to get on Twitter and like find hex stuff, it was a little challenging because again, it's not obvious because it's such a short word. It's so common, it's so easy to use that, and again, that's why it's so powerful of a domain name, right? And that's how I ended up finding it. So it's like all of these things, right, coalesce into this one big story. And it's literally changed my outlook on life because, just as you said, I mean, maybe you're not as antisocial as me, but man, look, I have people pulling me out in Vegas to go out because I didn't even want to go out because I just don't like that. I don't like that kind of shit, I
We had to drag you out.
Yeah, for reasons, because I know how I
went to the pool too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move around to find a plug. I got 2% on my battery bank.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Let's find a plug, bro. I mean, and Hexo, right? Like I found Hexo. I found you. You and Hexo were the first ones that I found. Then I think it was probably Coffee. And then Hodl Dog and Coffee were around the same time. So, again, it's just, man, there's no echo chamber and people need to realize that. Like, you just never know how people are going to find Hex. I mean, look at how I found it. It's crazy. I wasn't looking for it. And look at me now. Like, it's a powerful thing, man. It's a powerful thing. And to find a bunch of people that are on the same wavelength as you is almost impossible. I mean, it's hard enough to find one person.
Yeah.
Fuck it. We're talking about 300 plus. I mean, Manny, do we have final numbers for Vegas? It was crazy. There was so many people there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And that was just a meetup.
That was just a meetup.
That's just a meetup. They're talking about their numbers in Bitcoin. Nobody did you watched the convention in Miami, man. Is anybody having the fun like that? I mean,
no.
Do they look like they're having fun? They look like they're falling asleep in their chairs.
Yeah, well, what do you expect? I mean, so let's talk about the caliber of people we have in the Hex community versus everywhere else. It's a completely another level. Look at you, look at Maddie, look at Karim, just look at everybody that streams. I mean, a professional is the word that comes to mind versus everybody else, which is kind of half-assed. Right, like the data isn't presented accurately. Their stories are kind of wishy-washy. Like, they're massaging information basically. They're not providing information, and I think that's the biggest difference that people are going to end up discovering over time if the contractionary period does continue in the rest of crypto versus Hex, because we don't really function like them. So, good luck to them. Hopefully, their models work.
Yeah. The thing is, I remember when the birth of the crypto influencer happened, and literally what it was basically propaganda where they were paid to read off reports from Cointelegram and Cointelegraph, which is basically the crypto media. Right. They own and control the space. They're owned by the, it's a whole cartel, right? So basically, they were just the talking heads for the narrative. So they would just literally all read the same thing, different personalities reading the same thing, reporting the same news, and that's where they got started. They built their viewership, and then they started getting paid sponsorships. Okay, you got enough viewers now. Let's pay you to talk about our coin. And then we started the top 5 coins, top 10 coins. Okay, I've got this many viewers. I charge this much. If you want to get on my list, pay me this. I'll talk about your coin. And that's how the whole crypto influencer thing started. That's it. It's just marketing, commercials. The problem is in the bull market, as they were talking about these coins and the coins increased in price, they were able to say, see, I told you it was a good deal. Look, it's going up. And that built their popularity. And then they go back and hide in the bear market, and they wait for the bull market to come out, and they start doing the same thing again. And people believe them because they've created that illusion that telling them about these coins is good, because if they come out in a bull market, everything goes up anyway, right?
Yep.
So they have never actually had to have real knowledge. They've never had to see past the bullshit. They've never had to research anything because they're just reading scripts. So in all actuality, they are completely unqualified for this space to give any sort of advice on anything whatsoever. That's what it comes down to.
Yep. I mean,
And
this
they
is
should be held
why some.
accountable.
Well, that's what's funny, right? Like the most recent thing with BitConnect, SEC is trying to hold people that were facilitating information liable
Yep.
instead of the people that actually committed the crime, which is odd. But,
Well, here's the kicker, okay?
right,
So
that's what I was gonna say. But you know,
we
there's
know that
technicalities to
HEX
that.
is in a security. This is one of the bad things for the influencers, okay? They don't realize what position they put themselves in. Because they've accepted payment to promote certain
Right.
coins.
Yeah,
that
if you
could be
receive
security.
payment, yeah, you're in trouble way.
You see, this is where the issue comes in.
That's the
If you receive
technicality.
the payment to support a particular cryptocurrency and advertise it on your channel, you're receiving payment to possibly promote an unsecured security. So that's the problem, okay? HEX community
Correct.
is not paid by HEX. We are safe. That's Goldilocks zone.
Well, there's
all
no
right?
intermediary, right? And that's the key. Like you have so check it. You have certain actors that like to call HEX a security because it's a CD, but what they don't know about CDs, or maybe they just can't read, is that a CD is facilitated by an intermediary, which is how it becomes a security. With HEX, there is no intermediary. You are strictly interacting with the contract. That's it.
Right. It's you in the code. It's you in the code. So there is no middleman. There is no facilitator. There is no middleman. There is nobody to answer to except for yourself. It's a code you can choose to run or not. So it isn't a security in that aspect. Also, we are not, as far as talking about HEX and our opinion about HEX, we are not paid to promote or speak about it. But it is also not a company or an entity that we could be speaking about and promoting for people to invest into anyway.
Correct.
But these influencers have really put themselves on the line, because if the FCC does crack down and start calling things securities, including gatekeeping websites that are improperly representing information because they're on that sponsor list, guess what? They are promoting a website that is promoting unlicensed securities.
That's right.
So it goes even deeper. So I pleaded with the influencers and threw it out there and told them, you probably want to disconnect yourself as far from CoinMarketCap as humanly possible at this point in time. Now, I don't care whether or not they want to keep their little sponsorship checks or not, but I assure you those little sponsorship checks that they're keeping are not going to keep their ass out of jail if the SEC decides they want to look into this whole market manipulation that's going on. Okay? So that's one risk I wouldn't take, right? You might be able to walk through a fire and not get burnt, but why take the chance? You know?
Right.
But I don't know that these guys are all that bright, because they have not really represented in any sort of fashion that they're that intelligent. Otherwise, they would know that they're standing on the wrong side of history now, wouldn't they?
You know, I think it's a function of arrogance more than anything else, honestly. Because, you know, they're probably presuming they're not going to be held to task in this jurisdiction.
Well, it's going to find out really quick what happens with the current case coming up with BitConnect, because those guys are not behind BitConnect. Okay, not that I'm defending them, or not that I'm not that I'm a fan, but the fact is, ignorance is no excuse for the law.
Right.
And not knowing that you're doing something wrong isn't going to keep you from getting charged, right?
Nope.
And the court is going to decide who's liable, not you. Your opinion doesn't matter. The court says you're either liable for concessions or not. And you can try to fight it out, but the odds are that you're going to pay something.
Ignorance is no defense.
Correct.
Yes.
To the law.
Yeah. So, you know, I have no opinion on what happens as far as that's concerned with that particular case, but the influencers might want to take a look at that, because they might laugh about it, but they're going to find themselves in the same situation. It's like, I don't talk about anything other than HEX. It's the only safe coin to talk about.
Johnny,
Literally.
let me tell you something. I've been around crypto since 2010. Okay. I have never for the life of me understood how people can go on a podium and speak to something that's not complete. Doesn't make sense. Ever since it wasn't so back in the day, right? it was Bitcoin and then it was blockchain. Everybody had both confused.
Mhm.
People didn't understand that there was a difference, right? So what ultimately happened was that a lot of the Bitcoin conferences were confused for being blockchain conferences. But no, it was just you had to know one to know the other, right? And that's what was confusing about it. So, you have that start, right? With what is what. So you're already starting out with a whole bunch of confused individuals. Now, you're talking about people that are technically adept, right? And those that were coming in were just learning, right? And this is how it started, right? So you have something that already is operating off the basis of confusion, right? So it's going to make things difficult moving forward. And that's ultimately what we've seen, because look at what we've received really since, I think, some of the first conferences and meetups started in 2014, like big ones. And ever since then, it's just spiraled out of control to what we got in Miami most recently. I mean, I don't think that that's a coincidence. I think that that makes perfect sense, because what you've had this whole time are a bunch of people that just don't live in reality, right? They
Right.
like to operate from a basis of confusion, not clarity. And I think that that's the biggest distinction between the maxi community and what we have here.
Well,
Nobody here is looking to be confused.
yeah, it's even a little bit simpler, is the fact that, if you make a right decision, you can make a right decision for the absolute wrong reasons. You might not know what the reasons were that you made the right decision. You
Very
may
fair point.
justify it in a completely irrational way. Oh, I did it because I like the color, right? But it
Yep.
might be the right decision,
Yeah.
or I like the logo. It might be the right decision, but your rationale for it. So to be successful, you make that right decision, and therefore that reasserts your excuse for making that right decision. So you believe it to be true, right? So you've got these people that have made the right decision. They got into Bitcoin early, and they think, all their bizarre things are true because they were successful, right?
Right.
There's no correlation between their thinking and the success of the project.
Correct.
So they don't really know how the engine works, but they know how they think it works. And it is working, so therefore they're correct.
Until they're not.
Until they're not.
Right. Because that's the funny thing, right? Everything is fine until it's not.
Right.
And that's exactly how markets operate. That's why you get rug pulls. That's why, 1 minute everything is going up and to the right. The next minute everything is taking an elevator down.
Except for HEX.
Except for HEX, of course.
And that's because of design.
Correct.
So what we have is the best designed crypto ever made right now. And it's functioning because of its design. And the things that people don't like about the design, or the issues that they're having, are exactly why it works. And that's exactly why nobody else has ever done it before, because they're trying to do the same old shit over and over and over again, and
That doesn't
recycle
work.
and cut and paste and copy each other, instead of actually doing real innovation. So they don't know innovation when it bites them in the ass.
Not at all. Very
I've
great.
got some innovation for people. So somebody's asking me to confirm this challenge, that I will agree to get cornrows at 25 cents if Richard lights the candles that he has at 10 cents. Yes, I accept. I accept the community's challenge. I accept the cornrows at 25 cents.
There you go.
You heard it here, live, recorded.
I mean, it's on the tape now. You can't take it back.
I'll even get a fake grill to put in my mouth. How about that?
I've got all sorts of fangs.
Do you? Well, I need some bling. I need some gold
Yeah,
Some gold stuff to put
I
in
don't
my
have
mouth,
I don't
right?
have the bling teeth. I've got any sort of fangs that you could possibly imagine under the sun, set ready, custom dentures. You could have vampire teeth. You could have
No
Pennywise
bling
teeth.
though,
You
right?
could have troll teeth.
Has anyone been to this website, hexmalone.com?
No. I plan to go though. Are you
All
on
right,
there
share
now?
screen. Yeah.
And shout out to Big K. He's the man.
Like, dang, it's a close move.
There was tank driving, there was helicopters and machine guns and strippers and all kinds of fun stuff you guys had going on in Vegas there. I am still feeling bad that I missed.
It was a good time, man. You would have really enjoyed yourself. That's for sure.
Epic.
That's right. Yeah.
So I'm not going to hold you guys up. I'm going to let you get back to your regularly scheduled program.
Sure.
Thank you guys for having me on, and
Thanks for joining. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Our pleasure.
Anytime.
great talking with you guys.
Likewise.
There's one more thing I was going to say, and I can't even remember what it was.
Well, stick around until you do.
All right, here. I'll let you guys get back to it for a bit.
I love Johnny, man. He always has those great, short, prescient videos on Twitter,
Oh, yeah.
right? He doesn't have to do a 4-hour stream.
That's right. And so if you're not following Johnny Chaos on Twitter, what are you doing?
You're missing out. That's what you're doing.
He always changes his names on different platforms. So let me bring it up so I can tell you exactly.
Yeah, what I love the most about Johnny is just the people he's out there.
I'm going to need you to get closer to the microphone, brother. Can barely hear you.
I'll share it here in the
I
chat.
said I love how Johnny speaks his power. Like Richard. So that's one of the things that I like the most.
Yeah, he's always direct, straight to the point. It doesn't miss a beat. It's crazy.
Twitter.com/CCFX Studios. Johnny Chaos, Hex Fabio.
There you go.
I actually do have a theory, guys. The reason
that?
why they didn't respond to the cease and desist.
Let's hear it.
They don't have a legal office, and they haven't ran it by an attorney yet. They don't
Oh.
realize how screwed they are.
That's very possible.
They have just simply dismissed it, and they haven't shown it to their attorney yet, because any attorney under God's green earth would say, flip the switch, you dumbasses. So
Yeah.
that is my theory on it. I think they're trying to sweep it under the carpet and pretend it goes away. And now it's not. Now it's game on. At this point, now they're going to want to backpedal, because once the suit goes through, they're going to want to backpedal, and it's too late. I think we've been plenty fair.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is too late. The damage has been done, and now it's time to take action, right? And so, there's everybody's got their own way of of dealing with the injustice that has occurred with this gatekeeping. A lot of us have gotten involved more because we wanted to contribute to telling the truth, right? And so Johnny, being the person that's helping to go after these people legally, that's super vindicating in my opinion, and it's definitely commendable. So thank you, Johnny. You're awesome.
No problem. And I'm not
No
all that
worries.
awesome.
No
I have
worries.
like a good fight,
Let
man.
us
I just
know.
want a good fight.
Yeah,
You gotta
it's not easy. It's not easy what you're doing. So.
Yeah, you got to do it the responsible way, right? You just can't go around socking people, so you take them to court.
Right. Unfortunately, right?
Right.
Well, and on the first day of the meetup there on Thursday, one of the members of your team was there, a Hexakin who wishes not to be named, but had the stack of papers there, the actual legal document that was delivered to CoinMarketCap, I believe, on the same day. And
Also, did you get to see that?
I held it in my hands. Yeah, it's real. It's real. We're not bots.
Yeah.
It's real. And I had my copy. I had it turned to me when I took that picture, and I'm laughing to myself because I'm like, these guys are gonna think I'm just holding a blank piece of paper. They really think that I'm not. But they don't know me, right? So I'm just a guy yelling on Twitter. You know, I'm just a guy yelling on Twitter. What do they got to take me serious for, right? Yeah. Well, I'm also a Hexagon OG. Have you seen the chart? I don't have to do the fighting. I can hire somebody to do that for me.
Pretty much.
Have you seen the chart? How much money do you think I got in there? I think I can pull out a little bit to afford this little endeavor.
Just a little bit.
Well, thank you again. I know a lot of people in the comments are saying it too. We appreciate it, Johnny.
And I appreciate the community, and I appreciate all the support from you guys. But again, like I said, do not worry about the money thing. Don't try to send me money. Don't need it. Don't want to manage it. This isn't about money. This is not about even winning the money, because this is going to be distributed to the community. Whatever claims are made will be distributed. There will be a way that this happens. So we will all benefit from it. This is not like an ambulance chaser sort of scenario. This is about accountability. This is about accountability. That's what I'm here for, accountability.
That's it. I think everybody knows that.
Well, so it's got accountability. If you're not nice, you kind of sure you're going to make that.
You're in the airport, aren't you, Karim?
Yes, that's why that's why you see me quiet most of the time. I'm trying to limit the noise. Yeah.
So you're
I'm still in Vegas. I'm still in Vegas, yes. My flight is not until.
Party don't stop, man.
Last to leave. 90 still lost the flight. Yeah, my flight is like, actually at midnight here, which is right now it's 7:30. So it's like 10:30 where you get home. I mean, Eastern. Yeah, not a limit for the road.
I actually lived in Vegas for about 3 months and worked for a design company, and I got to go in behind all the casinos and everything, and I got to see like the back end of the casinos and the loading docks and all that stuff out there. So it was cool. We set up for different parties and events and stuff, so it was a fun job, and it was an experience living out there, but it was bizarre. And I'm going to tell you guys this because we're talking about community and how it's ironic that the Hexagon community, we're all on the same wavelength, meeting up and everything, and clicking. When you live in a big city like Vegas and you live there, the people you know are like the people you work with. Like, we didn't do a lot of this teleconference stuff back in 2000. So this was not happening. This was not the kind of thing. So you only knew the people you worked with. And when you were walking around Vegas, you didn't really talk to people, right? You just kind of stuck to your own group. You would go to the store. You didn't really have a lot of interaction with people because you didn't know. You're in a big pool of strangers, right? And then here on the ironic end of that is we've got a whole pool of a community going to a place like Vegas to meet up, and they're all bonding, So that's kind of an interesting twist,
Yeah, it is. It's kind of ironic, isn't it?
That's what makes this past weekend so crazy. I mean, it's literally the definition of serendipity. What are the odds? What's up, Lewis?
Shout out to Lewis. Yeah, Lewis and T Money and their team were a huge part of making Vegas so smooth and enjoyable for all of us. They called in a bunch of favors and helped us set up with the different venues. So thanks again to them. Make sure everybody follows freedomtv.info to show your support. And they've been putting out great content there. They have a studio. They're talking about all HEX content right on their channel and talking about different financial tools. And so we appreciate them. They're also helping to support members of the community. Of course, they are Hexicans themselves, but they're I don't want to announce anything that they're announcing, but I just want to say I know that they've got a lot of cool stuff planned. So,
Lewis was twisting my arm behind the scenes. He's like, "Whatever you need, man. Your family. Come on down. Whatever you need. You need to just come on down. There's still time. You can come on down." So he was kind of sending a few messages back there.
They're great people, man. You'll love them when you meet them.
Yeah, T-Money too. Our first 2 days, T-Money's house. Great vibes. Definitely. That's what community is about. So, and I've said it many times, all the HEX community, ever come across, let me know. Take care of business. We'll be right in your style too.
See, I have one of those personalities that kind of speaks the brutal truth, you know, and that gets me in trouble a lot. It's actually kind of bizarre for people to connect to me, you know. Since I've been in this community, I found, you know, there's just so many people that seem to connect with the things that I say, and it's like, damn, it's like normally when I'm brutally honest, it's like people, you know, people are like duck and cover, you know, or they get pissed at me because, you know, I'm just blunt. And it's just bizarre that I've kind of found this place where, you know, I can be me.
It's okay.
And that's okay. I can be genuine, and that's okay. And you guys appreciate me just as I am without trying to be something I'm not, you know?
You know, I think you received backlash if you did to the contrary, honestly. And I think that that's what made me comfortable enough to at least make one video, right? Because I have, like, again, we're not that far apart in age. I am not an internet person. You know, I don't fuck with that. You know, I was raised outside in the streets, right? Not behind a video computer screen and all of that. So, you know, to meet all these people that you met online, but in real life, like it's so crazy. Like this is never gonna like leave my mind. It's so crazy because just like you, I've always been a loner. Can't interact with people because they're afraid of the freaking truth, and I don't have time for anything less, man. Like life is too short to waste it on fucking pleasantries that aren't real, right? Like we got bigger things to do. So, you know, everybody in the Hexing community would probably lash out at whoever isn't genuine, and you know that's what we need. That's what we need because that's exactly what the crypto space is missing. That's what the world is missing. Genuine leaders, genuine people at the forefront, guiding. Right? Because it's not about telling people what to do. It's about guiding people that might need some guidance. And that's it.
And it's interesting. You watch the influencers. Are the influencers influencing or is their audience influencing them?
Right.
Why are they always asking the questions to get the engagement to find out what they should, how they should respond? In all actuality, they're not leaders. They're followers. They're trying to be the popular kids in high school by doing what everybody else thinks is popular, you know, and that's not leadership. That's not somebody you want to be taking advice from. That's just a follower that, you know, is led by his peers, you know.
And it's also because for the most part they're foolish themselves. So that's why they gotta pretend that they have to talk about it. They use the audience to make content.
Yeah, they do it for engagement too, but
I just wanted to say, wow, people have just donated all the costs that we put up for the meetup, and people since we started the stream have donated $5,000 to help cover that covers all the expenses. So go ahead and, you know, don't send any more money, people.
That's crazy.
We really appreciate it. Wow. Thank you so much. I was going to cover it anyway. And so thank you guys. Look at that, you know, look at how giving the community is. And wow, I'm blown away. Thank you to the people who contributed. 40,100 hex here, 1,000 USDC coin, $190 USDC coin, 6,800 hex. Wow, look at all these. Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
Incredible.
Is that a 6 million hex there? What the hell am I looking at there?
Where no.
Dang.
6 million hex.
Oh.
No, it looks like a long. No, that's a long decimal.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I
had to zoom 6, that in.
Yeah, 6,000 and then a decimal. Yeah. So
That's funny.
yeah, shout out to the community. Thank you guys so much for the donations. I know when we get donations from YouTube, then YouTube takes a third of it, and so that's not the best method for people to pitch in, and so we're completely covered for the meetup that we did, and if there's anything left over, then we'll put that towards whatever the next thing is for the community.
So, Maddie, are you working with RG to set up the official convention? Because there's a little bit of discrepancy. You kind of set some dates, and he's not sure that it's going to be able to fall within those dates. Are the two events separate?
So, he and I met in person with T-Money, and that was a great meeting. And then I'm hoping that we'll be able to do like a weekly meeting that we've got planned from now on, and that way we'll be able to make sure that everybody who wants to contribute will be included. And yeah, I love RG3. He's a huge part of the community running the Discourse Syndicate, which is connecting all the streamers. Shout out to people being able to go to discoursesyndicate.network.com, which is able to consolidate and show all the different streamers, showcase, and to have basically a centralization so everybody's in one place for that. And so there's a lot of good shows already. I know people have said that they're finding the Australian Hexicans and the Hex Asians, I think.
We got Hex Spanish and Hex Germany too. I mean,
yes.
Who has that? Who freaking has all that?
We
Jesus,
do.
I've never seen such a thing. That is crazy, isn't it? And even though we're all from different countries, we got people from different countries, and everybody's just like, we're all Hexicans, you know.
Bang.
You know, we've got such different demographics, and wow, I mean that's
being able to go on the effing hangout in person. There were some Hexicans shout out that are in the chat here. Purple let us use the MGM penthouse to host the effing hangout. It was epic. There were tons of special guests thanks to Crypto King, and I mean you could just see the power of the network, right? It's so awesome to be able to do meetups in person, to be able to have digital connections and stuff. And so thanks to everybody who included us on that, because that was a big epic moment, right? Because effing hangout has been going on since the beginning, right? And that's been a way for a lot of people to get involved in streaming, and now it's going to be helping people even more. So
see, for the longest time, I wanted to do the whales thing. I wanted to be anonymous. That's what I wanted to do. I never wanted this. I never wanted the spotlight. I never wanted and I still don't. Like, you don't see me trying to pull in more audience. I mean, what I do for the community, right? If the outsiders see it and it helps them understand, great. But what I do is, I'm the cheerleader. I'm morale for the community. I'm here. Let's put this into perspective, right? Maybe this can help you explain it to some of the people that are not quite grasping the concept, you know? But I wanted to be like Whales. I just kind of wanted to be behind the scenes, not in front of the camera, just putting information out there. And what happened was, I realized that wasn't genuine. Well, not. I'm not picking at you, man. I'm just,
No,
it did not feel. Yeah, for me,
everybody has
like
their own perspective on things, right? And that's fair.
Yeah. I didn't feel like I was being true enough, or that I wasn't, able to, once I put my face out there, then it was like, look, you can see my eyes. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm looking you dead in the eyes, and I'm telling you how it is. And that has so much impact that to be able to, talk straight and look people in the eyes, even though technically I'm looking the camera in the eyes, but they can tell, they can see your body language,
Right.
and that has such a powerful effect. They can see your anger, they can see your passion, they can see the emotion, and that's what I had much a greater impact being in front of the camera than I did without. So now I'm kind of stuck with it. So if you come out, you're going to get stuck with it. Just so you know.
It's a good problem to have.
So it's funny you say all that, Johnny, because I actually have the complete opposite point of view. I feel like our whole lives we've had public figures lie to us, right? Like to our face, and people yet still don't pick up on the obvious signs. So while I have my reasons for not showing my face that are professional, I would also tell myself, look, you guys are out here watching all these losers that don't know shit about crypto. Let me help you the fuck out. I don't need to show my face. Over time, you're going to see that you're getting nothing but valuable information here. And that's exactly how it's been, because at the end of the day, time always wins all. And when you're not lying and you're telling the truth, people are going to flock to that, especially when it comes to money. Because when you lose over and over, you're going to try to figure out why. And that's always going to bring people to
the other influencers, and you can, they're not practiced, man. I mean, it's not like they're even relevant. They know when they're lying. You can see when they're lying.
Oh, yeah.
Right? When BitBoy gets asked about coin market cap, he's like, yeah, you see the shifty eyes going. He's like, oh damn, you got me there. Oh damn, when Nicole started talking about things, you could see his discomfort. When Ivan was looking at coin market cap, and he said that he's going to check into it, and then I don't know why they're doing that. When he said I don't know why they do that, he knew that information was false. So I watch these guys. I study. I'm a hobbyist in behavioral science, and I use it because of marketing. I have to understand how people react to things in order to be a better marketer. So, so I'm used to watching these tells, and I see a completely different thing when I watch the influencers. I see some very scared and rattled people that are just simply trying to make a living, and they're not rich. They act like they're rich, but they're not.
Sure.
You can see the lack in confidence as time goes on in their own words. You can see that they know that they're just doing a sales pitch and that they don't even believe what they say. If you're watching for it, if you're keen to that you just watch any video, you'll watch it and go, man, these guys have gotten to the point where they don't even believe their own bullshit.
For sure.
They're no longer convinced. So how are they supposed to convince their audience and keep this up when they're constantly wrong, right?
Exactly.
That's got to be draining on their morale,
For sure. I mean, think about it. You're showing your face, promoting something that is pretty much just subpar at best, right? And people are going to constantly see that. And all you're doing is repeating the same action by making more and more videos, repeating the same information. That's literally all you get from these so-called influencers, these furus. These people are clowns, man. And the problem is, again, they're just followers, just like you said, and that's such an astute point, because I never even looked at it like that. They're really just looking for clicks, and that is a form of following. That's not leadership.
No, that's a follower. They are dependent on their peer group for support. Do you think
not even for support, but for direction, which is crazy.
Yeah,
because not a single Hexican is like, hey, what should I do on the next stream?
Right.
Like what is that?
That's a good one, Whales. I'm just thinking, why would I even think about it? No. But people don't think like that, man.
No, they don't. They don't. I mean, imagine if I asked people in January, hey, would you guys like me to make a video on how cryptos work? Nobody would have even fucking replied, because nobody knew who the hell I was.
Right.
We were lucky that you made that video.
Well, I was glad to make it, man. It was like very good timing. very good way to start my crypto career, so to speak. I mean, it's just funny that you don't see those kind of videos anywhere. You would think you would have by now, but I don't know. Maybe I missed it.
How
But I haven't
crypto's
seen them.
work?
Yeah,
You think? Yeah, well, the problem with that is none of the influencers actually know how crypto works. That's why you haven't seen one.
that's a good point. That's a good point. You nailed it.
They're still trying to figure out where's the value come from?
All right.
Where does the inflation come from? Who's going to buy it?
Or where'd the ETH go?
Where did these go?
That was a very popular line in Vegas, Johnny. We had a lot of fun with that one.
See, I wanted to walk up to a slot machine and put $100 bill in and go, oh my God, where did the $100 bill go?
All right.
And then hit the credit button and pull it out and go, oh, there it is. You mean I put my money of real value in this machine and all it gave me was this token?
If that.
Oh, look, let me go back to the cash register. Oh, there's my $100 bill back. Hey, I guess I know where my $100 bill went. I changed it from one form into another and then back into another. There's where it went.
Man,
Congratulations, the mystery has been solved of where the ETH goes.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
but
so
that's
funny.
an excellent analogy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes we need things broken down that simply, right?
Well, you do. You know, your thing of value, your $100 bill goes into the slot machine. Then it becomes credits.
But I got a question for you guys, because I left crypto for a little while, because I honestly don't understand why this needs to be broken down. Because just like Johnny said, when you go to a store, you're giving money away. So what is there to ask exactly? I don't understand the logic behind the question. Where'd your mama go? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, I think it's part of just the general issue that people, the monetary environment that people are born into, right? Where
Negative.
money is not explained.
I'll tell you exactly what it is. I'll
Money
tell you
is not
exactly what it.
explained.
No. That's the nice way of thinking about it, Maddie, because
Okay.
you're a nice guy,
Okay.
and that's okay. That's why we're a team. That's what it really is that they're the ones scamming. They're
Yes.
the ones taking.
Yes.
They're the ones that want to
yeah.
know where the money is going because
Yeah.
they
Oh,
want to
yeah.
go take it.
Yes.
That's what's actually happening.
It's transference.
It's projection, as how I
So
like to
that's
think.
why with the T-shirt app, that's why we made the decision of how long to stake your money. We had you do that before you bought the crypto. Like most of the time, people get into crypto in their onboarding experience and they run into snags. We call them, they run into roadblocks, right? And then they think that it's the crypto side of things that's limiting them. They think the crypto's broken, when in reality, if they get backed into the situation, then they realize, oh, wait a second, the bank isn't giving me my money. Coinbase is not releasing the funds immediately, right? But they've already decided what kind of stake they're going to make. So there's lots of little ways I think that we can help to unveil or to expose, right, what's really happening in the world of money, right?
We had that futter a while back, right? Well, I think you probably missed him. You weren't in for there, but there was the guy that went off and made his own token, and he wanted to make the token in a way that he could manipulate it. And that's why he fudded HEX, because he wanted control of his own token so that he would have one to manipulate. And that's what he did, okay? And he tried to justify it because really what it came down to was sheer jealousy of the fact that Richard had invented something profitable, and he wanted to be at the top of the food chain. So he wanted to make a copy so that he could place himself at the top of the food chain and then be able to manipulate it the way he saw fit. And that's exactly what they're saying when they're saying where's the ETH, is the fact because they are identifying themselves as a predator, as a person that if they were in that position of power, we know exactly what they would do because they're stating what they would do. They're demonstrating that for us in their own words on how their behavior is and how their rational thinking is. They don't understand the concept of somebody that has already had enough wealth that they'll never spend in a lifetime by the time they were 24, not needing to do anything to make any more money ever, and it won't change his lifestyle a single bit. What they don't understand is when you're in a position where you have more money than you'll ever spend in a lifetime, why would you even concern yourself with money at that point when you're looking at you're living half of your life and you want to make an impact on the world, and you start thinking about how you want to be remembered, what your legacy is, what can you create for the world, what can you change, what kind of impact can you have, what are the things that you cannot simply buy with money? Those things then become your focus. And they're not used to that because in the crypto space, everybody is money hungry, money grabbing, snagging, shady individuals all trying to get into everybody else's wallet, and they don't know how to deal with somebody that is a self-help author, a person that is actually trying to teach techniques to help people improve and live better lives. He is trying to create his own legacy, and that is something that no amount of money can buy. And they can't grasp this concept because it does not work in their superficial, greedy little heads. So they try to project, and that's what they do.
You nailed it.
Excellent point.
Every angle. Damn, that background noise is crazy, brother.
He sounds like
that's the reason why I'm mostly quiet. So
there you go. It sounds better now. So whatever you're doing, you keep doing it and go ahead.
I'm right next to this big speaker everywhere. So
oh.
And I got a charger. My phone's gonna die again. I won't be able to get on screen.
So we've got quiet Karim. We've got the quiet Karim that everybody.
We got Johnny to help out. See, now they complaining because they missed it. They want to see it talk. That's why. But thank God Johnny's here.
I really appreciate Karim being here too, even though you've got background noise and everything. Like, we love that you're here. We love that you're not missing the episode of Quant Gang, and you know, this is the 23rd week we're doing this straight every Tuesday night. So thanks to you guys.
23rd. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't even want to do this because I didn't want to stream. I just wanted to make that one video, and that was it. That's
here
so crazy. And here I am.
And now you're on everybody's videos, man.
Yeah.
You're on Asians, you're on Cabana, you're on
all
Wake
over
Up
the
X.
place, man. Yeah, it's
you're
been
everywhere
crazy
now, but it's contagious, isn't it?
It is.
It's contagious. It's hard to actually set out, you know.
Yeah.
And like the reason I'm here tonight, I've done a lot of setting out. I don't get on these streams that often because, you know, there's a lot of smart people in the space. You are all smart people, and I like to observe.
Yeah, you are the observant type. That's a fact.
So this is the thing, right? Smart people sometimes know when to observe. That's the difference, you know. People that just ramble, you know, like these influencers, they just ramble to hear themselves talk, but they're not listening. A test of intelligence is not necessarily how you can talk; it's how you can listen, right? How you can take that information in and process it and make something out of it, right? When you feel like you're talking to a wall, you probably are.
Well, it's funny because I think we've mostly all felt like that until Vegas for the most part. I know I did, personally.
Hell yeah.
So, you know, for me, Vegas was life-changing in a lot of ways. I've never been around so much positive energy in my life. Seriously, never.
Thanks.
So for me, it was very surreal.
Yeah, quick funny comment. No, I didn't miss my flight. My flight is at midnight people. So I just wanted to be at the airport early so I can prepare for Fun Gang and be here. So I didn't expect the loud music everywhere. But, you know, I'm here. So yeah, I didn't miss my flight. I'm playing for this. I wanted to be the last one. So let's take out the biggest experience.
Well, 9 months isn't long, guys. We'll be doing this all again, and this time I will be joining you. And by God, I'll probably be standing on a tank, screaming with everybody else. I wanted to do look out into the crowd and go, "Hey, Hexicans, what is your profession?"
Well, we need 300 all in one place for you to
we get on
do that.
300.
Is
What
that
is your
right?
profession?
That would have been so crazy.
Sticker class.
That would have been freaking awesome.
Yeah, that would have
especially after Peter's
debacle.
Well, that was weak, guys. Yes, 2 people clapped in your group of 100 people there.
100. I mean, yo, let's just compare the Bitcoin conference to the Vegas meetup that we had. I mean, come on. It just pales in comparison. It's not even funny. Look, I was there
Not even a fair fight.
Yeah, it's not. I was there for 6 days, and I almost didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave.
Yeah.
I've never been
And
anywhere
the
else in
level
the
of
U.S. that I
smiles.
didn't want to leave.
Just the level of smiles.
Yeah.
You know, just look at the pictures and observe the amount of smiles and laughter and the fact that people were having a good time. And look at the footage of the Bitcoin convention where like everybody looked like they were annoyed to even be there.
I mean, they should have.
And there was conflict, there was arguments, there was pushing, there was just, you know,
Not a
all right,
single
let's say that's
altercation.
one isolated incident, but I mean, you know, it just looked, everything just looked very uncomfortable.
Mhm.
The vibe, the whole vibe just seemed very uncomfortable and cringe.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Just very uncomfortable. Did you see anybody there that you actually want to hang out with?
Nope.
But you look at everybody that was hanging out in Vegas and every picture that they took and the smiles and the laughter and the drinks and the, you know, everybody looked like they were having a good time. Everybody's hugging on everybody. Everybody's, you know, it's like, it's night and day, right?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Why would people not want to be part of the community that actually welcomes people and doesn't chastise, you know, isn't chastising them, right?
Yep.
I mean, this whole well, screw Elon thing, you know. I mean,
That was so
that's
childish.
not marketing, Max. That's not marketing.
That
Okay,
was
you don't
childish.
welcome somebody into your community and then you know, curse at them because, you know, they don't see your side of things, right?
Mhm.
I mean, I guess we kind of pick on the emergency unstake stuff, but that's not like community. And part of that heckling is because we're trying to bring awareness to it so people know not to do that, because it's only self-harm. It doesn't harm us. It actually pays us, right?
Right.
So we're only kind of heckling them to help improve their behaviors for their own positive gain. It's not because we're,
If we were smart, then we
If we were smart, we
wouldn't
wouldn't say
talk
anything.
about that, right?
Right.
But Hexicans are giving, right? And I mean, that's another thing that's always baffled me until I talked with more Hexicans is why do we create content, right? Because it seems like, you know, in my opinion, the superior strategy would be for me to buy Hex and
Right.
not tell other people about it, right?
Correct.
But here we
it's like a
are.
calling. It's like a calling, though. You don't get a
It
choice
is.
sometimes.
It
You
is.
get this, you know, you don't get a choice. I still tried to get away from it. Now I'm running a court case.
Yeah, exactly.
Get even farther deeper, right? Because
That's
I get pissed off. But I'm pissed off about the situation that, you know, people. Richard's in my head. People are getting hurt. People are being taken advantage of. Somebody's got to step in and do something, or this is just going to continue to happen, and it's just going to go on. And as long as bystanders stay bystanders, no change is made, right? So, damn it.
Absolutely. And again, it goes back to operating out of abundance, understanding that we're not going to let our community be abused. Right? Again, we're not nice, kind. So if you give up a try, if you don't take action, you will. You know, we're serious. You know, like Richard, give a chance to Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm going to do it. It's like, fuck it. I'm going to build it myself. It's the same thing. We're literally doing the same thing. So give them a chance. If they don't want to act on it, so they know we're serious.
Well, and it's been out of necessity, right? So that's just the kicker, right? If you wait around for somebody else to do it, it'd never happen.
That's right.
It will never happen. And you know, we've waited for Ethereum to take action and you know, address the issues with the gas fees and everything, and it's not happening, right? They just made things worse, and they don't seem to be motivated to do any better. They don't seem to be wanting to make a solution to it. In fact, it seems to be more of, it's like shooting themselves in the foot, So what happens if you want something done right? You got to do it yourself, and nobody else is doing it. The only person we know that can do it is Richard, and he's doing it. Just like they were saying, hey, the Hex is going to be a rug pull. Okay, well, why are we still here then? Why are we now?
It's the longest rug pull in history. It's the slowest rug pull in history.
So why is Richard now spending his time trying to make a solution to furthermore keep Hex going? Does he have to do that? No, he could have ran off with the money before. Oh, but he's trying to get even greedier. Now he's going to do that. How much money does the guy need?
Well, it shows, right? Because we're out here also doing the behavior that he's demonstrating, which is giving to others, right? That's what we're all doing here, and that's a powerful thing. People they're gonna keep talking shit about it, but other people are gonna see the truth. And I want to shout out here. Thank you to Future Us Win for maybe people can see the super sticker here. It's showing hearts and what kind of animal is that? But Future Us is that's the programmer that has helped to make T-Share app, and so everybody here is giving and setting an example, just like Richard, and we're gonna attract haters, and what's better though is that we're gonna attract people that are also gonna want to give, and that's gonna create a compound giving effect. If you ask me, baby.
I am still waiting for somebody to tell me when Richard scammed them, and when was he even wrong?
Oh man, look, we'll be waiting until our grandchildren's grandchildren pass this one.
We hear about how awful this guy is, right? All the time. How awful he is.
He's the worst. He's so bad. He's making people millionaires.
He is never.
What a dickhead.
I have not caught him in a lie. I've not caught him in a lie. I have not seen the man lie once. And I'm trained to see this behavior. I have not caught him in a lie once. He is brutally honest. I know what it looks like.
You know what's funny? When I first started watching that first Hex stream that made me learn about Hex, I was like, damn, this dude kind of reminds me of me, because he was so straightforward, so blunt, right? He's just saying shit how it is, and that's what kept me watching, honestly.
When you don't lie, you don't have to remember shit, right?
Yes.
When you don't lie, you don't have to remember shit. If you lie, you have to remember it. You cannot have consistency if you're lying. Eventually, you will trip over yourself. That's why when the police question you, they ask you the same question 4 or 5 different times in different ways to see if you trip over your own answer. So, literally, Richard's been asked. I've not caught him in a lie. He's, it's like, but see, he has no need to lie. People that are broke plebs have needs to lie, right? Because they're trying to get an edge, trying to get an angle. He has already won the game. He is already retired. He has already succeeded. He has been a multiple success, forever. He doesn't have shit to hide, right? People are saying, I love it. They go on, they're like, well, you're broke and you lost all your money, and that's why you gotta run this Hex scam thing now so that you can get all your money back. Have you seen his house? Does he look broke to you? Oh, look, you just bought a couple $1 million worth of watches? Oh, sure, look at that chair, guys, see how broke I am? Yay, okay, now I'm not broke. Okay, go away now. Thanks for making me waste money. Y'all suck. Okay, try to suck less.
It's
crazy. Sarcastically spending money. It's, it's just, I don't know.
Look, what's funny is he's sarcastically doing it strategically.
Yeah.
Yes. That's Bitcoin money. I would bet.
I think it was Bitcoin. Well,
I would not be surprised.
For God's sakes. He called
that spread popping.
And that's why I know he's not going to rug pull, because I think that he has billions of dollars of Bitcoin, billions of dollars of Ethereum, And I think he is super above average at understanding when the market is high and when it's low. And so that creates a situation where he does not have to sell HEX like every other founder out there.
No, he doesn't have to ever sell a single HEX in his entire life, and it's not going to change a damn thing. He's not in a position where he has to sell at all, anything. And even if he hasn't sold all of his Bitcoin, he still owns Bitcoin. And here's the funny thing about that: if you watch his interviews, you know he was pissed at himself when he didn't sell at 20, because he called the top then and he didn't sell then. He wrote it back down, and he was actually mad at himself and called himself stupid for not selling it. It's on an interview with Ivan on Tech. He was mad at himself. So I know that he probably took profit at the top up there towards 65. I think he took some profit up there, and that's probably what he used to buy his watches with. But yeah, just in spite, I think. But no,
I've never seen Richard this happy in the bear market, smiling, coming on live. You know, and he's watching the show too, which is great. So it's just like perfect setup. Meanwhile, you know, Mike is hell on the board trying to buy my head like it's different. But you know, hey, let him have it.
Well, let's think about this, okay? Say your bank account's full, okay? Your bills are paid. What do you need to sell your crypto for?
Yeah.
What do you need to sell your crypto for?
Exactly.
There is no bills. There is no company. There is no sponsorship checks. There is no money going out of HEX, okay? There's no reason to do that. He still has
any exchanges too.
I mean, he literally bought $1 million worth of watches and said it barely touches his income. So
why would it? He's been around and been long crypto since damn near day 2.
When you're mining 50 Bitcoin a block, yeah.
I mean, he was just mining them, right? Yeah. Like, you know, it's crazy.
Sell it at 20K, so he's had all of this the whole time.
Yeah.
As a hobby. It's like a collectible, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you just buy things to have them, and you don't need to sell them because you're not in the need of that money at that time, right? And I don't know why people can't rationalize that. Well, they can't rationalize it because they're broke. They're always chasing the dollar. He's not in a position where he has to chase the dollar. So they're trying to rationalize and project, again, their behavior on him.
Yep. You know what's funny? I feel like it's obvious, but it's clearly not.
Well, it's not. It's not obvious because the average person chases the dollar. And, you know, I don't know.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Because average person.
I have a collector's mentality, so I kind of understand the whole collection thing, to have things that you don't need to sell, and you have them just for the sake of having them. If you have enough money to pay your bills, you don't need to sell them. So sometimes there are things that you have that you don't want to sell at all because you just like the bragging rights of saying that you have it, right? It's not a matter of the price. It's the matter of you just want to hold on to that thing. So that collector's mentality is different than someone that's trying to make a quick buck. And what we have in the crypto space is literally, you know, these influencers are trying to make a quick buck. And if they can shill a coin to make a quick buck, they don't care who it hurts. They just care that they're able to cash out before the next guy does, right?
That's it.
So they do not have that collector mentality to understand what it is to hold something and hold that value up. It's the same thing with like these big whales, okay? The ETH whale, for instance, he cannot sell his Ethereum on the market, just dump it, okay? Because that would devalue the rest of his bag. So he would get increasingly less and less and less money for it the more that he sold, right? So that's devaluing it. So a smart whale, if they were trying to cash out of a particular asset, could take that asset, move it into a new asset, moving that price up, increasing their position size, plus increasing the price, which actually creates that value, which nobody seems to know where it's coming from. That's where the value comes from, is moving that economic energy into something new, forcing the price up, and now you're creating more value. And then they can then lock the price there by adding liquidity, creating a solid line there where nobody else has enough coins to sell into it to hurt the price, and they could set a limit order above market and continue to profit with never, ever, ever market selling a coin and dumping the price. This is the part
Exactly.
people don't
It's all about
understand.
the
That is a
methodology.
smart whale. They set the price. You will pay 10 cents or you won't get none. That's it. You will pay $1 or you won't get any. Because anybody that sells below $1, it's mine. You're not getting it back unless you pay $1 now. That is how a smart whale does, and that's how they build economic energy. And that ETH whale, he could send HEX. If he wanted to purchase buy right now, he could send HEX to $100 like that. That's how much economic energy that whale has. And by doing that, his billions of HEX are now worth $100 each instead of 10 cents.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And
Think
then,
about that.
And then the real FOMO kicks in, right?
Then the real FOMO kicks in, right?
Then we get $10, you know?
Whales play the long game. The big whales play the long game. They know where the value comes from. They know how to create the value. It's the plebs that are selling at market that are dumping the price, that are losing their positions, and they're going to miss their opportunities in the future because they're not understanding how value is actually created. And the value is created from that transfer of economic energy from one asset to the next. Because you cannot sell that Ethereum on the market without destroying your own bag. Just like people selling HEX, they're getting reduced rates. They're lessening the rest of their bag. When you sell HEX from 10 cents down to 7 cents, you're decreasing the rest of the bags that you hold by 30%. That is 30% less equity you have because you have decreased the price by your own actions. You're devaluing your own bag. If you buy it, you increase the value of your bag because you take it off the market and then you set the price. And there's not that much HEX available. That's what people don't understand. There's not. That ETH whale could remove it.
Exactly. Getting more and more scarce anyway.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that. I hadn't looked at the liquidity pool in a while, and the ETH HEX pool it's like literally 60% smaller than it was.
Oh, he can remove it anytime. He can pull that anytime.
That's where the ETH went.
Mm-hmm. And that is what is it? C5. C5 has like a lot, but that's one whale. I know of 3 that are in that position. Genesis whales, there are 3. So what happens when they decide to start shooting out over who's really going to control HEX?
Right.
That's what I've been waiting
interesting.
for.
Yeah.
That's what I've been waiting for, watching that.
And what about when the 4th whale shows up, huh?
Well, 4th, 5th, 6th, whatever. Eventually, they're all going to catch on. But I mean, that's what they're doing. When you see them pushing that price up, they're creating their value. Instead of selling an asset down and losing value, since they can't just dump it and cash out of it, they're using that money to create value. They're creating more value by pushing that HEX price up. They're valuing their bags. They're making the rest of it. They're lifting everything up with that price. And that's what we're going to do with Pulse. So when you drive this is a good example because, they're like, well, what are you going to sacrifice for Pulse? Well, you would sacrifice HEX for Pulse. But before you do, you buy more HEX. Why? Because you drive the price of HEX up. Well, I don't want to pay more for HEX. Yes, you do. Because when you drive that price up from your purchase, you also increase the value of the rest of the bag that you're holding to sacrifice. That's exactly what the whales are doing on a much larger scale. Okay? So if we do drive the price up to 30 cents in HEX, we get that much more economic value for our trade-in of our HEX for Pulse, which gives us a very big advantage over, so it's like, yeah, you want to buy HEX the day that you're going to sacrifice because you want to you want to pump that price up of the stack that you were already holding on the side. Does that make sense?
Yep. I mean, you
And if everybody does that, Everybody's going to get, it's good to pump the price. It's not good to sell it down, right? Set a damn limit order. If you want to sell out of 1 million hex, set a limit order. At least you're guaranteed to get that without taking a 30% short on yourself, right? That's just silly. It just shows you there are people with large bags that have more money than sense. That's what it shows you. They don't really understand how the game is played because it's always, up until now, it's always been pump and dump. They don't actually understand how to build like economic value because it's just been pump and dump. This is how you build actual economic value. It's taking that asset and transferring it from one to another to make it more valuable. And Richard understands this concept and the rest of the crypto space does not, right? Why would Richard sell on our heads? He owns a significant supply of that. If he were to sell on our heads, he devalues his own bag. That does not make sense. He doesn't have any externalities requiring him to do that, so it wouldn't make sense for him to do that. So if Richard actually wanted to profit from HEX, all he has to do is set a limit order above market, and you would never even know anything ever sold. It would never damage the price. But these wreck plebs, they don't get it. They think it has to be a pump and dump because that's all they've ever known. It's like trying to teach somebody chess when all they know is checkers.
Absolutely, and the fact that we don't know what the game mechanics are going to be yet of the Pulse sacrifice set, and I mean even legally speaking, right? The rules can be whatever benefits the system the most, I think, and so that's really exciting to me too, because I think even though hexagons aren't given any advantage, right, technically speaking, in the Pulse chain launch, I think that I think that those who trust Richard will probably do the best.
Well, here's the thing, okay? First of all, it's called the sacrifice phase. Second of all, the way it sounds like one of those scams where you send them 1 ETH, they send you 2.
Correct.
It sounds like one of those. So really, this whole design of this whole sacrifice mechanism is to discourage people that are non-hexagons from participation. They can buy market later because, first of all, Richard's never been wrong by us, so we have the trust. So we know we can use this mechanism, and we're comfortable with that. Other people are not going to be comfortable, as where we would be able to put tens of thousands or even 100,000s in without blinking an eye because we know we're going to get rewarded for it, right? We're not going to blink an eye, but everybody else be like, you guys are crazy. You'd put money in there. It sounds like one of those scams where you send 1 ETH off to get 2. This is what they're thinking. So that does give us an advantage because they're going to be skeptical and they're going to be gun shy of it. We're not gun shy because we already know what HEX has done. And we have more money than we would have had to begin with anyway. So if it went away, it's still a very small percentage of what we've already made, right?
Yeah.
So that does give you a technical advantage. The advantage of being in HEX to begin with is an advantage because no coin is going to pump harder because of the low liquidity than HEX. And pumping up the price before the sacrifice phase is going to be beneficial to everyone because it increases that value, right? So what I expect to happen is literally right before the sacrifice phase, we will pump because people will pump to sacrifice. Get that price as high as possible, get that large enough economic value right before that happens. Because, if the price goes down after that, which here's the kicker, if the HEX is being sacrificed, it's going to be removed from the market. So I don't see the price taking that much of a dive after the sacrifice phase because it has just become that much leaner and that amount of circulation supply has just been removed from the market. It's gone. It's back into the vault.
This is not financial advice, not therapy or medical advice. This is math. And
this is
as
math
Naga would say,
right,
financial commands. But for entertainment purposes only, we got Marco the Hexagon.
Shout out to Marco.
Thank you for the $50 super chat. Love you, gentlemen. It was a pleasure meeting you all. Likewise.
Same,
Except for
bro.
me.
Likewise.
Likewise, man.
Until next
Good.
time.
And Johnny,
I'll continue
that's
to
the
say
only
that.
advice we know, right? Mathematical advice, because that cannot be lied upon.
No, and what I'm saying is, you know, when I'm talking about raising the economic value, that is math. That's what
Yeah,
happens.
sure. And that's
When
exactly how it works.
When you transfer that economic energy from one thing to the next, that's what happens, right? I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen. I can tell you what I expect to happen because that is the right thing to do to create more value if you're trying to get more credit, right?
Hmm.
And I think there are enough people. You think those whales don't know that? You think those whales don't know that if they increase it, they're going to get much more value out of their stack that they've got setting aside for their sacrifice? Do you think they can't drop a couple hundred ETH?
I mean,
That ain't nothing to them.
imagine if they were playing some sort of different strategy, right? If they were contributing their amount, right? And then they tried to dump the price so people who come in after them don't have as much power to get in, right? Then in that situation, they could get totally double crossed by the market, right? There might be other whales that are sitting there just waiting to snatch all that up from them. And then they've lost, somebody beat them at their own game. And so there are so many whale games that can be played here that we're not going to care about because hexagons are, first of all, staked out a lot of years in many cases. But the liquid hex that you have, you know, it might only be a portion of your total stack. You're going to get a double of that. So that's a win, right? And then you're going to have these whales competing with each other to create more economic energy on Pulse. So no matter what short term happens, I think we can understand that there are lots of possibilities, but that even if it seems like something happens that's negative, I wouldn't be surprised if that was to even shake out people before we go even higher.
Yeah, we do have some whales that were just selling their bags off consistently. So we have the other type of behavior, but that's a losing whale. That's not a winning whale. That's a losing whale. They're literally, and they'll be back. They'll be back at higher prices because they're stepping out of the highest appreciating asset known to mankind and putting it into something else, right? They'll be back. So that behavior is panic market, right? So what you do in that case, that whale behavior where they're selling like that, they're trying to panic the market, that consistent selling. So what they'll do is they'll set a bid down below the line, a limit order bid, right? And they will drive that price down there till people start panicking and fill their bag. So their objective is always to get their hex back.
Yep.
But they're trying to get your hex by panicking you into believing that the price is dropping, so you'll hand it over to them at their limit order, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the problem is what they're finding is when they're trying to sell it, everyone just lets it go down. So they just start getting less and less and less and less money. And then sometimes they'll stop and they'll go, well, shit, nobody's falling for my bait. Now I'm out of half my stack and I got to wait for the price to go back up before I can sell again. And then they try to panic the market again. And guess what? These whales have been eliminated because we don't panic like normal communities do. If this had been any other coin, you get a million sell-off like that, you know, every hour, you know, that any other coin, that would have freaked people out, right? But because of the staking mechanisms, because of the design, because of all that, that particular game doesn't work. The only game that's actually winning in this game is the whales that are increasing the value and, you know, moving that economic energy from one thing to the next and actually creating more value.
And look at what Marco the Hexagon points out here. Hex will look good three ways. One, pre-sacrifice stage, price goes up. Check. 2, during sacrifice stage, price goes up. 3, other coins exchanged for HEX, their price and rank goes down, HEX goes up.
Hex price goes up, yeah.
That was hard. I mean, everything that Hex has is to make it go up. It's crazy. Everything.
I like what
A lot of
you said before.
software, yes.
It was multi. It's singular directional or something. You had a word.
Monotonic.
What was it?
Monotonic is the word.
Monotonic.
Yep.
Now, you said a long time ago. You said something about directional. I forget.
Unidirectional. I mean, it just goes in one direction. Uni.
There you
monotonic. Yeah. It's only, you know, and it's just like you were talking about with how it trades, right? It literally trades in a straw, right? And it's the funny thing about Hex is, and I've been explaining this pretty much for the past week, the dollar amount is irrelevant. It's literally just the quantity of transactions that matter. So every time somebody sells $1 million and somebody buys 500,000, the net effect is gonna be positive, because the sale came first and then the buy came after. So the price is getting ticked back up again because, again, like you said, it's trading in a vacuum, and it's the same thing as a straw. There's only one way in and one way out, and that's it.
And the decorrelation is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Watching everything else dive and watching it hold strong, because the only thing that affects HEX is really HEX. And that's
Yep.
that standalone principle, man, is just, it's amazing to see. You know, I can understand why people get worked up about HEX anyway, because, if you're not in it, you don't see it.
Yeah.
You don't get all the extra websites, you don't get all the extra tools, you don't have all the extra information that we're looking at. But it's like, it's frustrating because it's like everybody wants to tell us what it is, and it's like,
and they don't have a
tell us,
clue.
we want to show you. Because you don't know what you're talking about. We like literally have 30 damn websites, 6 front end, all of these different graphics.
It's a smorgasbord, man.
And I've never seen anything like this.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist
And
anywhere in crypto.
Yeah, they don't know. They do not know that these websites even exist. They haven't researched it. They don't understand. Oh, Richard's manipulating the price. Jesus Christ. Go on Uniswap .vision and check out. You can read every transaction that ever occurred. Where is this manipulation coming from? You're not on any big centralized exchange. Exactly. You can't manipulate it. It's not on a big exchange. If you were on a big exchange, you can manipulate it with wash trading bots. Yes, exactly. Why are you trying to say we're manipulating the price? It's like, you realize if you're using Uniswap, you have to pay a fee every time you make a transaction. There is no bot. It's like, this does not make any sense. Where is he getting all this money to pump the price? Oh, right. So Richard's pumping the price. So what? Richard's just handing out all this money to us. He's taking his own personal piggy bank and he's decided to distribute it to the community. Well, what a nice guy. I mean, come on. It is the most insane shit I have ever heard in my entire life. In the meantime, It's like, yes, go use our leverage platform. Oh, go use our centralized platform. Hey, lock your coins with us for 6% interest,
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Because that's exactly right. It's exactly what they do. Oh, Hex is a scam, but come get wrecked over here, please.
Right? I mean, dude, what did they save people? Okay. All right, influencers, you have saved people from the great scam that is HEX. You probably saved them $100 that would be $200,000 right now if they would have bought when you were screaming scam. How about that? You saved them. Oh, what did you do? Did you sell them something else for $100? What did you sell them? How are they doing now with that $100? You are very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Wow, that's crazy when you put it like that. That's $199,000.
Yeah,
that's $199. Yo, I mean, wow.
Yeah,
that's fucked
up. Here, let me do this. Just April 25th. April 25th, Bitcoin was $50,000. Remember all the influencers? Buy Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin. We're going to 100,000. We're going to 100,000. Look, buy. You're stupid if you don't buy Bitcoin. You're stupid if you don't buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin's the best thing there is. $50,000. Okay, you would have bought it then? That's where you'd be.
Eating that 60% loss.
Yes, eating that 60% loss. Okay, at that point in time, I took $750. That $750 would have been 0.015 Bitcoin. Okay?
Right.
That's what I would have had. Instead, I bought 50,000 HEX. Okay?
Smart move.
And I staked it for 10 years just to see what it would do. I said, and I did a video for it. I can't find it now. I can't scroll through and find it. But I did a video on April 25th, and I took a video of me doing the stake. And I did this in that height of everybody buy it's going to 100,000.
Right.
If it would have went to $100,000 and I would have bought that $750 worth, I would have had $1,500, $750 profit. Okay? But instead I put it in HEX. That 10-year stake of $750, 9 weeks later, is worth $4,400.
Oh
So
my!
please,
I think I saw you post. I saw you post a little
Please tell me how
screenshot.
you saved your people.
I saw you post a screenshot of that exact number. Actually, I remember that on Twitter, didn't you? I think you did. I remember that. I was like, damn.
I couldn't find the video though. But I did remember all the numbers to repeat here for you.
I mean, we're talking about 9 weeks, Johnny. 9 weeks.
9 weeks from $750 to $4,400, and it's going up because I'm getting daily interest.
Of
and
course.
It's a 10-year stake.
Ah.
So that's
You
just
lied.
9
You didn't
weeks.
tell us about the interest.
No, he did. But the interest is negligible because it's so short of a period, right? I mean, it's only been 9 weeks.
3,250 HEX, I think.
How many
3,000
T-shares is it? What,
It's it's
6?
50,000. I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 6, maybe 5, something like that.
Listen,
No, this is a fairly recent stake. I literally bought it on April 25th as a grudge buy. While everyone was saying buy Bitcoin, I literally bought it as a
Grudge
spike
buy.
buy. And I said, I am not buying Bitcoin. I'm buying HEX. Let's see who's right.
Right.
Bang, bang. Bang,
The results are in. You would have lost half your 750 if you would have bought Bitcoin, and if you would have bought HEX with that 750, you would have 4,400 and some odd dollars. Results are in. Math, argue.
Never lies, man.
I mean, the Quant gang, I'm pretty sure was established because all the charts in HEX were lying to us.
That's funny, right?
They weren't showing how good HEX is, right?
Oh my God, I never even thought of that.
They were
That's
lying
horrible.
to the downside, and so we had to recruit WhalesOnly to help tell the truth, right?
That's right. I'm glad to be here.
Well,
too,
that's part of the problem is, first of all, HEX has totally different dynamics that cannot be gauged with the tools that are currently being offered. You know, such things as like market cap, for instance, right? So people have utilized those market cap sites and been dependent on them to judge some semblance of value, just like they measure units in volume. Like volume makes a difference, right?
Right.
Volume can be wash traded. Volume has nothing really to do with anything. It's just a matter of how many transactions are occurring. So they use these metrics because they were so limited. They had to create these metrics to basically promote value or use it as an explanation to define their coins, as where HEX has all these inner dynamics that literally all these new tools had to be built in order to account for those things, because nothing had been built yet to quantify all of these new features that don't exist in any other coin. So they think, okay, well, we're manipulating because we're using our own tools. No, we needed new tools to pull information from the blockchain because there are all these added dynamics that nothing else has. And that is the importance here. And if they understood those tools, if they looked and actually understood those tools, they should be asking why. Why is HEX the only one that has these innovative processes and nothing else does? And why am I wasting my time with this other garbage? That terrifies the hell out of me, man. I hate to bring people into crypto because I'm scared to death they're going to buy some shit, right? I talk to people like, oh, but what about Doge? No! What about Robinhood? No! What about eToro? No! What about finance coins? No! It's like, wow, stop. Don't buy anything.
I fucking love it. Yes.
Hell yeah. What about Hex?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's the only thing I buy for sure. There's nothing else worth buying. It's mathematically a waste of time. I tell Mexicans all the time. You become generating asset. So what you do. Everything else is excess.
See, I get frustrated with the space in general because we're supposed to be the gullible idiots. We're supposed to be the Richard followers. And we're like the biggest skeptics. We're the veterans. We're the skeptics. We've been burnt. We've seen all the false promises. We've heard all the bullshit. And that's the first thing we looked at when we looked at Hex was, all right, how does this shit break? Let's figure out how to break it, right?
That's
and
right.
we came in here and tried to break it and found out, oh my God, look, this shit don't break. Right?
Robust.
And that's what cracks me up, you know. It's and they're like, you guys are idiots. It's like, really, guys? Really? You think we're the idiots? We actually have the tools. We've actually done the research. You know, it's like I don't get it. I don't understand how these, you know, they're like one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. They don't have a damn leg to stand on, and they're going to try to come at us like they're experts, and the only thing they know is checkers. They don't understand chess. They see that it's on the same board, but they don't realize that the game has changed because the pieces have changed and the properties of those pieces have changed. It is completely changed, and they still think they're playing checkers. It's very, very frustrating. And then they're going to explain to us, that ain't how you play checkers.
Well, one of my catchphrases that I haven't said in a while might make you feel a little bit better, Johnny. I always say, you know, there's two types of people in the world. Those that already understand Hex and those that will.
Way late. They'll figure it out way late. They can buy our bags just like Max Kaiser's buying Richard's bag for $60,000. Hey, Max, you like that new coin you bought at all-time highs? It was one of Richard's. He got it for 30 cents.
Yeah. Yeah. Game on.
I'm just picking Richard. I don't know if he sold or not. I got my suspicions.
You're a fool, man.
I would have. I'm just projecting.
I mean, that's what everybody else does, so why not?
Why not?
We are critical thinkers.
I mean, that's the key, right? Nobody here has. I mean, that's the funny thing. Nobody found Hex and was like, "Huh, this looks like something that's gonna like make me rich quick." Like that wasn't. I don't know. I don't feel like nobody here is looking for that.
No, it's to save money over time. It's participate in an ecosystem where you can actually participate. You can't mine. Why doesn't anybody ask where your money goes when you buy miners?
Right. Good question.
Where does your money go when you buy miners? Where does your money go when you run those miners? It goes to the electric companies. Why aren't people asking where that money goes? You know where your money goes when you buy Hex? It goes into Hex. You know what you can do with that Hex? You can sell it. You know what else you can do with it? You can stake it. You can make more coins. And that mining equipment that you bought, you're never going to get your money back out of it. But if you decided to stop using your Hex and staking, you can get your money back out of that. In fact, by the time you're done mining with it, it will appreciate it more and you'll probably get more for it. So I don't understand where this concept comes in. You know, I don't understand where the dumpers do what they do. That doesn't make sense to me either, because literally, why are you going to sell your diamond mine when you could just keep taking diamonds out of it and selling a little bit at a time? It doesn't make sense to sell your mining equipment. You bought your mining equipment, your initial purchase, in order to produce more coins. In Hex, it's kind of the same thing. Your initial purchase should be your mining equipment. That is what you are using to make future coins. So you shouldn't be looking at your whole entire account like, okay, I can dump this right now and get this lump sum of money, because you're never going to return to that position again. You're never going to have that option of owning that diamond mine that is going to continue to bring you wealth throughout the rest of your life. If you decide that you want out, don't sell your diamond mine. It doesn't make sense. But that's okay. I mean, if they want to sell out now, that's great. Good for them. I just don't, I can't rationalize that concept. But I certainly cannot justify giving my money away for mining equipment that I can never get my money back out of, when I can buy a coin that I can get my money back out of, and I don't have to pay a power bill to produce new coins. And it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing. There's just no waste. There's no overhead. There's no bills to pay. There's no upkeep. And people can't grasp that because they think there has to be some kind of sacrifice. Well, there is. There's time. And it can be straining. It's kind of hard to hold a couple $1 million and not go, I can have $1 million right now. That's kind of straining, right? And not give up that position, knowing that that is not the best behavior for you, because you know that in the future it'll be so much more. Or you could think of your kids' future and the fact that this might be a perpetual machine for them and their future, so that they don't have to struggle like you've had to do. I don't understand why they don't get it. I mean, I was looking for a way to mine. I looked at Bitcoin miners. I looked at purchasing Bitcoin miners to set up a mining rig. And I'm glad I bought HEX instead, because I would have obsolete miners that are barely generating anything. And I'd be paying ridiculous power bills to, dump them on the market and lessen the price and push the price against myself. That does not sound like a fair deal. It sounds like the people that own ridiculous amounts of mining equipment or produce those ridiculous amounts of mining equipment own this system. HEX is a system. It doesn't matter. You don't have to have $1 million to come in. You can put, $50 away a month, and it allows the average person to actually participate in the ecosystem without spending ridiculous amounts of money. And they are able to be part of it. They're able to earn with small amounts. There's no minimum purchase.
That's why HEX is so inclusive.
There's no minimum purchase, and that allows that's back for everybody. It's not like an exclusive club. Anybody can join. You don't have to like Richard to buy HEX. You don't have to like the community to buy HEX. We can't stop you from buying HEX, right? But why would you not do it? It doesn't make sense. I with all the garbage out there, I don't even know how they can keep a straight face and promote some of the shit they're selling out there. I don't get it.
Well, we've got 5, 10, or 15 years to figure all that out, right? And maybe we'll change some hearts and minds along the way by doing things that help speak truth to power and help onboard people better, tell our version, and to show the reality of the situation, that having this mechanism to send money to your future self, it's good for us, for our financial health as well as for our mental health. And that's one of the coolest things that I experienced when I was in Vegas is, when I get on stream, you guys can relate. I'm looking at a computer screen, right? I'm looking at words in the comments, and I'm talking about mental health. I'm talking about HEX, and I don't, I get the idea that people appreciate that kind of thinking and talking, and when I talk about omega-3 and prefrontal cortex and, taking care of yourself, I get the message back that people are interested in that, people agree. But actually being able to be on stage in front of hundreds of Hexicans and to see their faces all at once and to see them light up and smile, and it was amazing. It was simply amazing to see the real-time feedback from everybody, and to have that confirmation in person of how HEX is changing people's lives, right? And so shout out to everybody out there who's willing to improve their mental health. Whether that means buying and staking HEX, whether it means taking Omega 369, or both, right? Or some other method, whatever people want to do, I support it. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to, be streaming, why I wanted to be programming or to be part of a dev team, was to try to program mental health into money and promote that as much as possible. And so we're making small steps towards that, it seems. Another thing that we wanted to cover here on the program was the winner of the Ski Cat giveaway has submitted a testimonial video that they wanted WhalesOnly to translate. They specifically asked because they love Whales and they appreciate that he can translate things for them. So I quickly wanted to summarize here what happened, because there's really yet another story of Hexicans being amazing givers and sharers, right? So let's see. Here's a summary of kind of what happened when we did the Ski Cat 1 million Hex giveaway at the first mass Hex meetup. It shows how amazing the Hex community is. The first person to get drawn was a known Hexican who was not new, and that was a rule of the giveaway that I had stated multiple times publicly. And so that person understood that they didn't qualify, and they ended up defending the giveaway in the group chat that ensued with people who I guess were criticizing it. So thank you to Overly Hexual, one of our, I think, OG members of the community who went out of his way to make sure everybody knew that was okay. So the second person that we drew then also admitted to not qualifying, but this was a case of epic honesty because we didn't know this person. And so I am planning to make a badge of glory for this person, an NFT to honor them. And so I want to shout out to Jay Lenny, username on Telegram, choosing to tell the truth over being able to get $60,000 or $70,000 worth of Hex. I mean, that shocked us on air live. We were shocked. And so that's a huge testament to the community. That's literally unbelievable. And then the next person to be drawn didn't answer, and that was also a requirement that was stated. And so the other broadcasters there that were on the panel with me, Cryptic Girl and Joker and Karim and I, all agreed to move on after several minutes. There was another hiccup where I was trying to prove how legitimate the giveaway was, and so I used a random number generator and generated a number 299, and then went through the process of counting out manually all the people in the Telegram group 1 to 299, which I thought was hilarious. I knew it was hilarious. I knew it was a little bit less professional of a style, but I appreciate that Cryptic Girl was laughing the whole time, and I accepted the responsibility of having to count up so high. I was laughing too, and then Telegram messed up and it didn't go up that high in the recent list of who had been in the chat. So that's okay. But the person who finally won the drawing is named Gabrielle. Gabriel, he said that this will be life-changing for him. He came on camera live, showed his face and his mother and his girlfriend there in Spain. He said he only had half of a T-share and met the requirement of being a new Hexican. And so he agreed in the end to share 25% of his winnings with the person who wasn't present, Crypto Guru, and who didn't answer right away. And so that's, I think, going to be life-changing for Crypto Guru as well. It warms my heart immensely that Gabriel is willing to share, and what an amazing story, an amazing community. Thank you to Ski Cat
That's amazing.
for giving away 1 million hex. I mean, can you guys believe it?
Ski Guy is a G, for sure. So, and then again, good job against Gabriel giving 25%. Let me know about that. That's amazing. That's amazing.
I think Ski Cat is C5.
Really? Wow.
Hey, we can speculate, right?
That is my speculation. I believe Ski Cat is C5.
Yeah. And so, you know,
C for cat, guys. C for cat.
The power of all the people involved in this blows me away. And listen, I think it also shows a lot of strength in the community for people to not, you know, send negative messages, to not criticize. We appreciate all of you out there who have said positive things about the giveaway. Look, it's not easy, okay? It's not easy to take on the responsibility, and I was happy to do it for the community because, look, really, planning the meetup was a blast. Putting in countless hours to that was a blast. And so I don't mind that the giveaway was kind of a headache, and I'm happy to do that for the community. And I really appreciate all of you who reached out and it sympathized with me that it was difficult to do and had lots of positive things to say about it. So, and I'd encourage those of you who, you know, have had a negative thought or two about it to you know, let it go. Let's move on. Let's take the win. Let's celebrate the success that it seems like everybody involved did an honorable thing, and we're just blessed to have such a giving community. And I'm hoping that we can actually have the video here to play for the grand winner to be able to do their testimonial video and have WhalesOnly translate it for us. Whales, do we have that?
Yeah.
That we can pull up?
Yeah.
And you guys are all going to be fine because you're going to get your pulse drop. So quit your bitching. And Maddie,
right.
You did an excellent job.
You
did. It's my turn to give you props here because you did put together the first text convention. You pulled us all together and organized it. That took hours upon hours of effort to put that together, and that was our first digital meeting, which we couldn't have a real convention. So, to put it together in such a way that you did was just brilliant. And to go beyond that, now, you're creating events, you're spending your own time putting this together. Nobody's paying you to do this. You're doing it because you're passionate and you believe about the project, and you are a hero, my friend, because someone had to step forward and be that organizer in order to get the ball rolling and get these things to happen. And that's kind of the same thing I'm doing on the legal end, is I'm just getting the ball rolling. This is not, it's just somebody's got to start it, right? Somebody's got to be that guy. Somebody's got to take that responsibility. And giveaways are a pain in the ass. And, people don't follow rules. They don't listen. Everybody jumps in there. And, it's really hard to do things, fair and evenly. And, no matter what you do, somebody's not going to like it. I had resistance when I went for the listing for Coinbase, not realizing the whole point of the format and everything was not so much as a direct target, but an impact effect, right? You target the giant and you have an impact effect. People notice, competitors notice, people create a buzz about it. This wasn't about necessarily just getting listed on Coinbase. And, I got into it with some of the community about it. It's like, oh, you're a sucking middleman there. It had people griping about it. It's like, no, guys, you don't understand what I'm doing. I'm playing a higher level game here. What I do, I'm doing for the community. If you don't support what I'm trying to do because I'm trying to help, then that's on you. That's not on me. And I'm not going to deal with that kind of negativity. And you shouldn't have to deal with that kind of negativity either, because you are the kind of person that has gone out of your way to support the community and create these events to the best of your ability to make things happen and organize it. And you have done a brilliant job, and props to you, my friend, because you have done
Thank you.
a great job doing this, and somebody had to do it, and I'm glad it was you.
Thank you. I mean, it was an honor and it was a blast, and I'm happy to do it again. You know, I'm grateful to Richard. I'm grateful to the other streamers. I'm grateful to everybody who watches and pumps the like button and you know helps others, right? So I really see myself as part of a team, and I appreciate the positive feedback because it gives me more energy to give to others, and it creates this compound pay it forward effect. It's awesome.
Absolutely, that's great. And ultimately, this is just the beginning. So, the content getting better, leading from the front, thinking out of the box, continue to deliver. And that's what we're going to keep doing. Good job.
Absolutely. So here we've got our winner. And is this with sound? Maybe? I think it is. So I'm going to mute myself and let Whales take over here with our winner from the
Alrighty.
Ski Cat Million Hex giveaway.
All right. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna play it. And as the gentleman speaks a sentence, I'm gonna pause it and translate. That way, we're all on the same page. And let's do it. Let me know if you guys can hear the audio.
Mexicano, buenas noches. En primer lugar, me gustaría disculparme por no estar en directo con todos vosotros, pero ya sabes, aquí en España ahora son casi la 1 de la madrugada, el stream hasta las 2:30 de la madrugada no empieza. Yo mañana me tengo que levantar a las 6:30 para ir a trabajar. Por eso quiero por lo menos hacer este vídeo con todas las palabras de agradecimiento que tengo. En primer
All right. So what's interesting is he kind of gets right into what he's about to do. He says, shout out to everybody, and that he's doing this pretty late in the day over there, and he has to wake up early, but that he has to get it done, right? He has this motivation.
lugar, para Richard Hell por haber creado este producto maravilloso, por todas las entrevistas, debates que hace, todo el trabajo que eso conlleva, y es que tienes que ser un puto genio para inventar esto.
He was just thanking Richard for all of his hard work, for all of the debates that he's done, and he called him a damn genius for creating Hex naturally.
A todos los creadores de contenido, ¿sabes? Que arrojáis transparencia, hace más o menos la espera a todo, ¿sabes? Yo antes de recibir el premio, yo ya era un amante de X y siempre...
He gave a shout out to all of the streamers for the content, because I guess he's been watching the content for a while, and now he's about to go into what that means and how he came across on, I guess, winning this crazy giveaway.
¿Sabes? Que hago por correr la voz y que más gente se entere de este producto, porque solo hay que mirar las gráficas y cómo está evolucionando, y es que
He's just motivated, just like we all are when we talk on the streams about how the charts are just showing everything, right, that everybody wants to see. And he's just motivated to want to share it with as many people as possible, especially more so now than ever before, right?
no, nunca había hecho así unas palabras para tanta gente, pero eso, que tengo muchas palabras. Siempre estaré agradecido con vosotros, con Skika, con ALLin, con WhalesOnly, con muchos creadores de contenido que siempre están ahí arrojando luz, y
He's very grateful for all of the content creators, and he named some of us. I'm pretty sure you guys don't need a translation on that part.
estoy muy orgulloso de pertenecer a esta familia. Y aquí tenéis un mexicano más que quiere luchar contra, ya sabes, cuando hay conflictos de intereses, que Binance ha comprado con Gecko, con Market Cap, con Gecko, y ¿sabes? Y no pone el Market Cap bien y todo eso, ya sabes. Y
He was literally just talking about what we were talking about earlier, about how he just wants to be the type of person that also fights for truth to power, right? And he was talking about CoinMarketCap and how they use CoinMarketGecko as well to facilitate their hiding of data.
siempre me han gustado las palabras que decía Richard Hart de tu dinero, tus llaves, ¿sabes? Y lo de
We always love Richard's comment, not your keys, not your coins.
que no tienes que pagar a nadie para que te enseñe a hacer trading y eso. Mejor producto que X, yo creo que no va a haber. Pero estoy muy agradecido, en serio. Me gustaría, pues, a partir de ahora poder ayudar, ¿sabes?, a correr la voz y que más gente se beneficie, porque lo que ha hecho Richard Head es mejorar la vida de muchísimas personas. He visto miles de vídeos de testimonios que les han cambiado la vida. A mí me la habéis cambiado y estoy súper agradecido.
So basically, all of that was just him saying that he's seen all of the testimonial videos. He's very grateful to everything. I mean, it's crazy. It's literally everything everybody else has said, right? We're all on the same page, and this is just in a different language. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Todos, y es que quiero correr la voz y que todos se enteren y que todos puedan beneficiarse y que dejen ya los bancos y los banqueros de beneficiarse de ellos, porque ya sabes, tú dejas dinero en el banco y el que se beneficia es el banco. Cuando hace préstamos con el dinero de todos, los intereses todos son para ellos. Con este
That he liked to spread the word of HEX and get people on the right side of financial freedom so that they can get out of the banking system, because we know that in that system you're just a trap and a rat in the maze, really.
producto somos los mexicanos los que nos beneficiamos. Y otro día me gustaría estar ahí con vosotros en directo. Quiero también correr la voz dentro de la comunidad hispanohablante, porque ya sabes, yo entiendo así un poco inglés, no me sé expresar muy bien en inglés, pero algo sí que entiendo, y me gustaría, pues eso, todos los análisis y todo lo que hacéis en inglés, ¿sabes?, transmitirlo también, que la gente hispanohablante también lo conozca. Yo creo que podría realizar ahí una contribución.
Basically, that he liked to try to start contributing in Spanish by taking what we already have in English and trying to flip it, right? So that more people are aware of HEX in his region. Because I don't think there is a lot of streaming on that side of the pond in Spanish. So it would be a little different, right? It's a little different angle. There are Spanish speaking people across the pond as well.
Los mexicanos. Muchas gracias a todos, tío, y os llevarán el corazón siempre. Aquí tenéis un mexicano de por vida. Arriba.
He's just very grateful. And much respect and much love to all Hexicans. And, he's just moved by the community like the rest of us are. Just another person that gets what's going on and is more than willing to act on what has just happened, right? Hex changes lives for real, and you either act on that or you don't. And that's just what it is.
Bang bang.
That's right. So somebody asked earlier, why does Hex have such a big portion of the liquidity pool in USDC? I'd like to answer that real quick since it always seems to come up. So what we're looking at here is graphx.rocks or apex.1/charts, and what we have is a layout of the Uniswap pools. And as you guys can see, you got USDC and V2 and V3, and then you have ETH and V2 and V3. And long story short, USDC across both protocols is 85% or 86%, whereas ETH is 14% across both protocols. Now, if you've heard this, and this is for, remember the gentleman's name, I think it's, Morris RV Community. He was a gentleman that I asked earlier. This is why HEX is so decorrelated from the rest of the market. It doesn't trade with it. It trades in its own space versus the fiat currency, which we all know is going one way. And that's why it's so beneficial for HEX to be trading against USDC versus a bunch of ETH, for example, because the pools used to be bigger versus ETH. And then I think it was at the end of December or early January that was reconfigured. So, astute move once again.
And to avoid the reflexivity, so when the market crashes, it's fair. spots like the point, you don't get affected like that. You actually explode on the opposite side. Hex, Ethereum, Hex BTC was nuts. 2004.
I didn't really hear what Karim was saying, but it sounded like he was talking about just the different spreads. Hex of ETH, Hex of BTC.
Yeah, I said the reflexivity is avoided as the beauty of having the USDC pair versus having the regular pair being each dominant.
Nah, man, I couldn't hear you. It's rough. Maddie, I can't hear you now. You're muted.
Uh, Kareem said reflexivity. Is that right?
That's all I got from it. Yeah, you gotta move from there, bro. You can't hear you.
Well,
You want me to yell? I can yell if you want me to yell.
now we can hear you.
Oh, okay, so we're saying the same thing. Right, yes, I said because of the reflexivity which is being avoided, that's why the pairs are exploding on the upside against BTC Ethereum. So when they crash, which has happened, we don't get negatively affected by it. That's why it's such a good thing to watch.
That's right.
Yeah,
Not
he's
trading
talking
in
about
tandem.
the decorrelation, yeah.
Yeah, we're not trading in tandem with those markets because we're removed from them in a major way.
So what else? What do you think? What do you think of all this fun where, you got these Bitcoin maxis that talk about Bitcoin being deflationary when new coins are being added to the market like every block?
Well, that's because they clearly don't know what deflationary means, and they don't even know that Bitcoin is inflationary. So,
No, and they don't realize that it's going to be inflationary for the next 120 years, so that cap
yep,
doesn't mean shit.
pretty
So
much.
for the next 120 years, Bitcoin will continue to be inflationary. So it will inflate beyond our lifetimes until it finally reaches that cap. And that cap is merely a suggestion because the
Right.
code is not immutable. The code is changing as they add upgrades and as they do different things to it. But they're in such a delusional state that they love what they love so much because they hold large bags of it that they ignore the common facts, and they just make up stuff. That's
Yep.
what I was talking about when I was saying, they don't know why they made the right decision. They just they just made the right decision at the right time, and they're trying to support it any way they can. But you don't need to lie about it, right? If you own a Lamborghini, you don't need to tell people your Lamborghini does 1,200 miles an hour. It's cool enough as it is, right?
Right.
What? Why you gotta add? Why you gotta add shit to it? To make it unrealistic. But that's where we're at, right? We literally have them try, and they know so little about inflation that they don't understand where the inflation comes from in Hex, and they're like, oh, well, that'll devalue it. But Bitcoin is inflationary, guys. And when it was hyperinflationary was actually when it had its best performance. Was it when it was most hyperinflation? That's when it had its most critical and most large moves. And they don't understand the relationship between inflation and value. Inflation is bad with certain the way it's distributed can make it
Correct.
bad. But the way that Hex is distributed with the deferred inflation, because the inflation doesn't actually hit the market until the stake ends. So actually, in all actuality, that deflation is deferred. And then they can't understand, since it's paid to stakers, it's like it's only 3.69%, but only 10% are stakes. So 10 times 3.69 is 36.9%. And that's where those big numbers come from, because of the limited amount of people participating in the staking function. Those coins are going to be produced regardless. It's just a matter of how they're distributed. And it's sad because you can't explain this simple concept to them because they don't even understand what it is as a whole. They're just cheerleading. They're not technical. They don't understand how anything works, but they're just cheerleading, right? And then you come into the Hex community and we literally break it down for you and tell you how it is. And people just can't hear it. But they will, right, Maddie?
I think, yeah, I think there's only two types of people in the world: people who currently understand Hex and people who will.
And then there's the people that understand the power of repetition because they're behavioral therapists, and this works.
Yeah, perfect setup.
Oh man, this is so crazy.
So I'm going to roll, guys. I appreciate you having me tonight. It's been a pleasure. Karim, good seeing you. Well, good not seeing you, but, talking to you. Maddie,
Thank you
good
so much,
seeing you
seeing you
as
John.
always.
always. You know
Yeah,
where I'm at. If you're off stream and you feel like hanging out or you're passing through this way, just give me a holler. You got my number. Uh,
sounds great. I will.
I'm
Thank you.
I'm so happy that I've made all the connections that I've had here, and I don't want you guys to. I don't want you guys to think I'm skipping out on you, but I do. I shy from the spotlight. I will keep you updated on how the case is going as I have information. But as you know, as it's going through litigation, I can't really disclose it, and I don't want to.
Hmm.
I don't want to help their defense team that they don't even have yet. Right?
Correct.
Let's let's wait till they get one and let's see what happens here.
Sure.
So
Sounds
thank you
good.
guys,
Yeah. Thank you
and
so
I will
much.
see you on the next event. It's happening.
For sure.
Awesome.
Betcha.
Take care, guys. Thank you very much.
Come on
Thanks.
anytime, Johnny.
Yeah.
We'll see you.
That was fun. Love Johnny. He's good.
Absolutely.
Amazing having you. Sorry, still not.
Boy,
And
still in Vegas.
for those wondering, again, yes, my flight's at midnight, Vegas time, so that's why I have to turn it in. It's just loud. I gotta stay near here because I gotta plug my phone. Plug it, while we dropping up the stream. So yeah, take it away. So today, yes, let's talk about.
All right. Okay. I guess we can talk about how Bitcoin is looking like another bull trap. And people are all bullish and stuff, so it should be fun. Let's just take a look at those moving averages, right? That long-term moving average sure is pinching on it. So if price loses the short-term moving averages to the downside, well, you know what to expect. And here's the thing. You guys know what this means, right? When Bitcoin and the dollar go up together, that's very bearish for Bitcoin. That's not bullish.
Yep, DXY is still running. It's above 92, so pay attention to that. And that's why it's running right now. It's doing the classic same dead cat move back in 2019. It's gonna run over to like about, it put like 38,000, which is where the moving average is. And probably
Right.
get rejected there and make it a dead cat again. Because nothing goes down in a straight line, right? So
Right.
we're in a bear market, Hex, and remember that. So what you see, they're just relief rallies. So you should not be trading, but if you're gonna play that game, just understand in what market you're in. So those little pumps, they're just relief rallies. Still making, lower lows and lower highs.
Right. And just to highlight what we're talking about here, let's take a look at the Tether market cap versus the volume. Tether now, right? 82 billion in volume versus a $62 billion market cap. How does that happen exactly for a dollar, right? So they've been pumping dollars into Bitcoin. That's what you're seeing here, right? And that's what you're seeing here, right? Like that's literally what's going on. Oh, and in case you guys missed my early tweet, the reverse repo is already at 840 billion. So it's only a matter of time before we cross 1 trillion. And that's money that's getting pulled out of the market. So, yeah. All right, let's look at Ethereum and get to the hex stuff. Again, same deal. Let me just put the dollar on here. same deal, right? You don't really want to see them move up at the same time. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, guys. You don't want the dollar moving in the direction of your risk asset. It's not HEX, so it doesn't work the same way. Hate to break it to you. Not really.
Yo, and also I want to give a quick shout out to all the exigents, that listen at their last Bitcoin game. Those of you who wait patiently and scoped that $1,800 Ethereum, just like you called out. So that was a great, nice, bottom area. But remember, that's just where the moving average was, the daily. So now, get ready for the next dead cat, just like Bitcoin, and most likely another plunge after that. So be aware.
That's right.
And one more thing, very important, when Will's talking about the repo, you guys need to understand, people borrowing this money, those big institutions, they're running an average 8 to 10x leverage. So when it's $800, billion, actually, the money that they moved around with the super leverage, it's like 8 trillion. So it's how the government, basically the Fed, is doing rug pull to those people who then have to sell Bitcoin, high access, to be able to cover the money that they borrow. Because they're basically saying, come back, take your shitty assets, and give me back my money.
Yeah,
That's
pretty
what's
much.
happening right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is the Fed rug pull. And what they call it is when they remove the punch bowl. That's what they call it. But in crypto, we call it a rug pull. So, that's what's going on in both of these. And again, guys, these have resistance above them, right? Like legit resistance. So they have some work to do. All right, let's get to this. A little disclaimer: information displayed in this broadcast and all that cause increased amounts of FOMO. Quant gang and their guests are not responsible for any losses you may accrue for having weak staking hands. Don't forget how this works. You don't want to look foolish. Don't forget that. Johnny just broke it down nicely earlier, so don't forget it. And as always, we start with what an economy is. And just remember, these are the folks that extract value, and we are the folks that create value. So the bigger they get, the less we can contribute to society because they're just taking and misspending accordingly. They're not actually being efficient with the funds. That's why this gets bigger. It's not because of anything else. So that's how an economy works. And that's why we keep getting taxed to death, even though they print money out of thin air. Right? Because that's really the key here. Why do we keep paying taxes if they can print money out of thin air? Clearly, they don't really need us to pay taxes. Clearly not. So what's up with that? All right. So this is the market cap now. We've had some compression, right? Because HEX has gone down since this point in time. This was before Vegas. It was at 3.4 then. Then 620 was 3.38. 620 again later on in the day. 3.42, and I think that was it. Yeah, and this is where it's at as of 21:25 hours Eastern Standard Time today. So we've got a nice little pullback. But we're still at number 4 when I took this screenshot. So has the rest of the market really. And we're just gonna surpass them here on this next up move. So it doesn't really matter. That's the cool thing, right? Things always look darkest before the dawn after starting at 3.4% in this set of charts, right? So, sorry. All right, so here we have the first 562 days, and oddly enough, we do not have a print. We will have a print next time because today is actually the first time we get the 8 cent plus print for Bitcoin in the live market on the close. So the next time,
Are you telling me that today is the first day Bitcoin is trading?
correct.
Whoa.
And it's after its first 562 days of existence, that's when it actually had a live market trade.
And it's at the same price that HEX is now?
That's correct.
Whoa, mind blown.
Funny how that worked, huh?
No, that's crazy. That's wild.
Imagine that. Only that HEX is younger, right? Because Bitcoin was actually around longer. Think about it. This is from January 3rd. It was actually existing before then.
Oh, cause you started at the end of the.
This is from January 3rd.
Okay, this is from
For
January.
Yeah,
for
Maddie, it was existing, but it wasn't putting the number of value.
yeah. So if you think about it, all these 562 days are just the dead market period. The period before this was like nobody knew it existed. Nobody was doing anything on it, right? It was still kind of like a test
Okay.
net scenario, but it was live,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. Yeah.
Look at it like it's preseason, and then now we're about to
Right, right. But Hex has been around the whole time here. This is just pure market data. Like this is just
It's been trading. Yeah, it would be like if we were counting the time before Hex started trading or something, right?
right. Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So we're not doing that here. Like we're literally counting every day. So this is crazy, right? And as you guys can see, we pulled back a little bit from above 40,000. I think we hit all the way to 42,000 plus. We're at 38,000 on the index, almost 38 and a half. T shares have pulled back to 67 and a half, thereabouts, 67 and a half thousand after almost touching 80,000. Probably it did touch it, who knows. And so, it's funny, somebody asked the other day in the comments in one of the YouTube videos, I don't remember which one, if it couldn't be that the price of Hex could touch the trend line, right? This logarithmic trend line. And yeah, but it'll happen at a much higher value. It's not going to happen now because right now it's showing its nature, right? So over here, until something drastic happens to change the curvature of this that's happening now, right? Because this is happening now. This already happened. So this is all brand new. We don't know exactly what's going to alter this or if this is going to flip or not, because again, in order to get Hex price to go down, you need people to exit the system. It's not just because, you wanted to. Like, action needs to happen, right? And that's the biggest thing that confuses people about Hex because they're not used to that. So when we look at Ethereum, right, in the first 562 days of its existence, is only at 1,000, right, on the index. Only. That's 38 to 1. Where'd the ETH go? I don't know. And Bitcoin again.
Not up and to the right as much as Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah. There you go. you nailed that one. Surely. Yeah. I mean, this is crazy. So, again, let's look at this post-week payday chart. I mean, this is just crazy. 168% above the first Bitcoin halving, which has just kind of limped off. We're below 600 on its index. The third and second halvings are performing a little stronger, but they're still way behind
Wow.
Hex by 900 and 480% respectively. So, I mean, this is post-big payday. This is the reality of Hex.
Yeah. Yep. Post launch.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that bought a chunk down here is up in a major way. It's crazy.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, that line could be higher if you did a longer baseline right there, right?
Yep. It's crazy, man. I mean, just look at this. This is Bitcoin after the first halving, the most inflationary period. Or maybe the beginning was. You know what? I should throw the pre-halving period just to see what that looks like on there. Yeah, I'll do that just to see what that looks like. Because that'll be a good comp, right? Because that should actually be the highest inflationary period. Because this is after the first halving.
Okay.
Inflation got reduced then from 50 to 25 blocks. Or from 50 to 25 BTC block rewards, right? Because it was 50 at first, then it got reduced to 25. So, a halving is, yeah. Good call, Wasabi. So to answer Jason Noble here, a halving is what happens when Bitcoin's miners when the protocol resets to reduce the mining reward to the miners to the tune of 50% every 210,000 blocks. that the code generates a block. So that is what a halving is, or a halving. And what happens then is that the market reacts to the reduction in supply. But the interesting thing that people don't understand about inflation is that when it hits the market has to reset to that value, right? And I explained this when we're talking about and staking, because that's exactly what happens there. You just created all these new HEX, and the market has to reprice itself higher. No option. And that's basically what the inflation is about. This is why being a staker is the best thing, because you're getting all of the inflation yourself. You don't have a bunch of middlemen squeezing it out of your hands the whole way. So, yeah. So check this out. This is the T-shares to ETH and T-shares to Bitcoin chart. And now we're just floating above 4% versus Bitcoin, which is great, right? Because we spent a long time below 1%. So that's crazy. Just boom. Yeah. And here we are, just hovering above 70% for T-shares to ETH. I mean, almost parity. Almost parity. This is crazy. I mean, this is crazy. Oh, did I not update this shit? I don't think I updated this one, man. Give me a second for that. Thought I updated everything, too. This is probably the only chart I didn't update. Anyways, we'll come back to that one.
Yeah, yeah, it's all right. I mean,
yeah, it's fine. It's too many. It's like 30 slides in this deck. I'm all right. I just put this shit together before we started streaming in an hour. So, all right. So the payout per T-share sum line, right? What does this line mean? I'll answer that in a second, Sammy. So this is letting us know how many HEX the system has paid out for one T-share since inception. So basically 2,263 HEX if you've mistaken with one T-share since inception. And here, this is just a price index of HEX. And what I highlight with this chart is how HEX always finds the value, which is this line, and then it retraces, right, to give other buyers an opportunity to get in, to then find that value again. It's just what we see over time. And the scaling just changes, right, because this is on a separate scale over here, but this price index is gonna function off of itself, right, because it has its own separate scaling, right? You got one on the right, one on the left. So over time, this line did hit the chart there and there and there and there, right? But because the scaling is changing, it looks like it hasn't, but it has. So that's the value proposition for HEX, and this is the return number, basically, for that. We would just remove the 100. So for the payout per T-share sum index, we're at 205,200. Now that's crazy. 200,000% return just for sitting there. How you like that?
I like it a lot.
I call it mad gains.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And I mean, and this is just, that's what the data shows. That's the return on that.
So that's not your opinion? That's what you're saying?
Pretty much. Don't have one. Don't need one. Payout per T-share index showing 5-fold increase since inception. Now show me a system whose payout has increased to that much over time and sustained it.
Wow. Look at that.
Right, and then you have a daily payout index, again, 170x. 17,000 on the index. I mean, come on. Who else is doing that? Today's payout per T-share was 5.745 HEX. From a total T-share count, 11.039 million trillion shares. And daily payout in total HEX via the system of 63.427 million HEX. Now,
nice.
If you guys notice, we've had a downward slope in payout per T-share lately. The last time this happened, price shot up. Yeah, because that's how I noticed that I didn't update this chart, because I wanted to talk about that.
Ah, interesting.
Yes, because people have to understand the lag in the value accretion that HEX has, because we went from 1 to 5 cents right? We didn't go 1 to 2 to 5. We went 1 to 5. Pretty simple, right? And that happened for this reason right here. Because when did we start going up? Let's see here. May. Yep. April 29th, May 1st. That was 64 days ago. 180 days minus 60. So there you go, right? This is basically the mark here, right? And what preceded that was this down move in the payout per T-share. Now, what does that mean? Well, that's a function of decreasing yields, right? Because you're earning less payout per T-share because there's more participants in the pool, right? That's why the yield is going down, right? Like right now, the APY on GraphX is 37.12. That's pretty low. Okay, 37.22. That's pretty low for HEX, believe it or not. It's usually above 37.5, kind of more so than not, at near 37. So once it gets near 37, that's a sign. It's not obvious to people, but it's a sign. Now, again, this whole down move came before that pop, and we just got another one. It's just demand for yield. And in HEX, it's a lag effect on the way in versus on the way out, right? And on the way out, this is what drives it. But on the way in, it's the buying and staking, which makes the coins disappear, which is reflected in the staking percentage, right? Because that's what determines the APY, right? It's not anything else. It's the staking percentage that determines the, what do you call it? The APY.
Yep.
So now we're looking at the expiring shares chart, and what we're going to break down here is just how the decrease in June is going to lead to, look, we already jumped up another 5 HEX today in terms of the T-share rate after it jumping from like, I don't even know, from 17,930 to like 18,190. I don't remember what the number was, but it did like a huge 200 plus 190 HEX jump. That's what it was. And now it jumped up again by 5 HEX. So this is all a function of that, right? And that's what ultimately really drives that valuation higher. And we'll get to that shortly. So a couple weeks ago, we were at 48% in June and 25 or so percent in July. That decreased a little bit for June on the 18th and perked up a little bit for July to what looks like a little bit below 30%, probably about 28. On the 19th, you had a nice bump above 30% for July, but a small decrease for June. 20th, pretty much the same deal. We go up to about 40%, 38 or so for July, with what looks like a small decrease for June to approximately 42% or so. And then today, right, it's been 9 days. I haven't been around looking at charts. You see a major collapse in June, right? And this is what's going to drive that T-share rate up. No doubt about it. And we're going to see it here shortly.
Wow.
Yeah, from 42% to 11, right? And then an increase in July from 38% to 48, which is major. I don't think I've ever seen it be this high. So bigger players are entering the system. They're driving up that T-share rate. And this is what people have been talking about, for a long time. And here it is, because the players are testing the waters.
I wonder what this chart would look like expressed in T-share years.
I think it would just be a different graphical representation, but the data would still look the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because the amount of stakes is still tied to time. And this is what you're seeing along the horizontal axis already. So I don't know, but I think it would be interesting to try.
Cool.
Yeah, it would be interesting to try just to see, because you never know. Like that's the
Yeah,
one
yeah.
thing with data, you just never know. You have to just do
well,
it.
wait. Yeah, the longer out it would be multiplied by the how far out it is. So I think it
Right.
would correct for a lot of
It might normalize, right?
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you gotta just do it. It
Yeah.
seems plain at first until you actually sit there and think about it.
Well, and the calculation is pretty easy, probably for you with the data that you already have.
Right. So it's not rocket science. We just have to talk about it.
Okay.
So here is the all-time hex to ETH correlation and hex to BTC correlation chart as of today. Now all this data is for tonight's crossover if you're on the Eastern Standard Time at 2000 hours or 8 p.m. And as always, hex is on the x-axis while Ethereum and Bitcoin are on the y-axis. And what we see immediately, or maybe you don't, but take notes, is that hex, right? This is an XY plot for each. Hex is the X is primarily on the right side of the x-axis, which means it's positive, right? The return streams are positively skewed for hex versus Ethereum and Bitcoin, which are more spread out over the y-axis, so not positively skewed, right? When somebody that understands this sees this, it's a no-brainer. Literally, no-brainer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and with the correlation at 0, it's just it's any savvy investor's wet dream. Honestly, you
Yeah.
laugh, but I'm very serious. People talk about decorrelation their whole fucking career, not knowing it's not available to them. It's funny because they don't actually understand the market, right? They buy into the narratives that these so-called authorities lay out there, but these are people that make money. Go figure, because they still read.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because they still read what the clowns are saying and they understand.
This is why it's the blind leading the blind. And those
Right.
who can see, that's why they literally FOMO in for the right reason. You know what I mean? And
That's
then it's another reason why there's nothing else worth buying. Real talk. It's the assets, the ultimate assets. Like everything you need. Still gotta go work hard, but 90% of work is done. You know where to put the money, pretty much.
That's right. I mean, Hex is a great vehicle to set yourself up for success, right? Unless you already have it. And that's the whole point. Everybody is looking to attain some level of success, and Hex gives them that ability to do so. That's what's cool about it. So here we have a rolling correlation. And what this chart is giving us is a correlation between the T-shares and dollar value and the dollar cost of Hex. So as we see here, the correlation has decreased a little bit because Hex took a little dip. But as you guys can see, it was very short. We're already bouncing back up again. But it still did affect the price data points because we were at 99.97. Now we're at 99.948. Wow. Crazy. So what does it say? This says that price is going to go back up again because it has to. Because T-shares only go up. So pretty straightforward. And here's your proof. So what we have is a dollar cost of Hex down here, and this is the value proposition for Hex, right? This is why you buy Hex and stake it. This number represents the future value of Hex, right? Because this number is the sum of the dollar cost price of Hex right now for one Hex versus the payout per T share that is earned on a daily basis multiplied by that number. Right, because otherwise it's just a number that's representing a certain quantity of Hex. It's not a dollar number. So I put it in dollar form. Then I sum them up and I get this future value. Now the future value is basically a representation of what the price will be. Same thing for payout per T-share. They just reflect different aspects of when that value will be attained, but typically it's around the same time. So how is that, right? So if you look at price here before, we hovered around, what is this? Looks like 5 cents for a long time. And it even turned into support before Hex prices finally ran to it. Like it literally ran to it. Pulled back and then it's been hit it again, right? Just like it did here, right? And then boom, it escaped. Now, what does that mean? Well, if you look at what price has done before, it's kind of always tracking what these leading indicators, right? Because that's what these lines are. They're leading indicators. It keeps tracking it. So as long as these lines keep maintaining their exponential character, their exponential nature, price is going to do so as well. That's what this chart is saying. So if you don't own a shit ton of HEX, I feel sorry for you because it's only going to get more expensive for you. Basically. So there you go. So here we have the HEX price to earnings ratio, and what this chart is saying is that it's going to take you 17% of 1 year to earn your capital back, 17.4%, whereas the all-time low for the S&P 500 earnings ratio is 551%, or that you would get your money back in 5.5 years if you were lucky. How about that?
That tells you how lucky early you are.
That's right. Look at how cheap that is and how early you are. This was at the lows of World War I. So.
Does not compute.
Does not compute at all. And here again is a reflection of the network effect. We have a bunch of different markets, even though they're in the same sector. Apple, Microsoft, Google versus Bitcoin over here. And the whole thing I want to highlight with this chart is that we move markets around in the same fashion. And this is just another example of that. This is a network effect, right? Across different markets. And that's all. And again, this is where the APY comes from, right? Right now we're at 37.22 and we're 9.78% staked, right? That's what the system is showing. So that means we're somewhere between 9 and 10%. And as you guys can see, we're on the lower bound of the range between 9 and 10 because we're very close to 36.9. Now, I don't know about you guys, but has this system ever been staked greater than 10%? I'm going to guess no.
Well, just for that one
That doesn't
period.
count. Yeah, that doesn't count. What happens to price when the staking percentage is sustained above 10%?
I mean, well, I don't know that it really will go much higher than 10 or 12%.
Well, we don't know anything. But what if?
It's all a function of how fast the adoption is. If the adoption is faster than 3.69, it will rise up. If not, it will stay where it is. So no matter what you're getting paid, that's the beauty of bond market. If it goes higher, the APY effects go lower, but the bond market brings the price crazy high. Stay where it is, the APY percentage stays the same. So either way, it's amazing and beautiful to watch. We're gonna keep adopting and bringing people in. So I'm saying my trend upward because of the worker. That's my goal.
So one of the things that future us helped me understand was my error in thinking when it comes to the OA's behavior. I thought that the OA was being generous to everybody by not staking all of its HEX. I thought that it was, I thought that it was, helping everybody else out at its own expense. But it turns out that I think the math says about the OA's staked percentage being right around 12%, right around where it is the ideal strategy for the OA, because otherwise it starts to take interest away from itself. Because if the total staked supply is higher than it is now, then there's not as much liquid HEX from which the 3.69% is generated, right? There's new HEX being created based on how much is liquid. So if there was less liquid, then there would be less APY coming out of the system total, right? So that's why I think that, I wouldn't
say less, it would just grow slower, constantly going up. Because But I see what you're saying. You
Yeah.
are at a slower pace, but you still grow.
Well, no, I mean the actual APY. So the APY 3.69% of the liquid hex that exists in the system. That's how much.
It's not of the liquid hex, man. It's for the hex that's total circulation. The
Yeah.
hex got
Oh, okay.
created.
Total
Yeah,
circulation.
yeah. Don't get that confused. Yeah, I know it's technical because in the early days people confuse that. Because if a hex is created and it came out of a big beta bonus or whatever, it will always be added to the 3.69. It's a dynamic reset number every day. 3.6 moves every day. It's small, but it moves. This is the reason why
For your
now,
information and those around you,
daily
the
payouts,
federal government has declared face coverings are mandatory in the airports.
trending
Please
down.
keep your mouth and nose
We
covered
can't hear you, Kareem.
for your
Oh my
protection
goodness,
and
that's
those
important
around you.
stuff.
The
Stupid announcement.
federal
Hold on.
government
So, but if we understand the incentive, right, of the OA to keep the staked amount where it is now, then that could help us realize that there's going to be high interest for a long time to come. Oh wait,
Yes,
here,
yes.
correction, not quite. The key is the supply the OA owns, meaning the negative impact is very low to the OA.
Exactly. I told you before, the OA acts as a function of APY, and it's kind of like it's running the rate to make sure the last slide that well showed. The reason why it looks so good is because of that. It's all staked. You will lower market cap, obviously different, and there will be less APY for the rest of us. So it's maintaining that as well. The OA has long stakes. This guy alone is going to protect him or her or it from inflation. So, but yeah, it's technical, but it's serving multi-purpose, and it's definitely helping them. Definitely, that's why we have the 38%. If it wasn't for that, we're all getting less. That's a fact.
Well, good. I know I've got another 10 minutes here, so we can keep going through the charts. I just wanted to point out that there's probably more for me to understand and maybe others in that part of the game theory. Whales, back to you.
Yeah, it's so loud here, guys. I'm sorry.
Whales, are you still there?
Wells, you must be muted.
Oh yeah, I was muted. Sorry guys, I was talking this whole time to my damn self. So it's hard to imagine, right? The staking percentage being greater than 10%. I agree. But if it does come, because you can't hold people back from interacting with the system, right? That's the beauty behind decentralization. That's why Bitcoin isn't decentralized, because there's all kind of gates to get to it if they want them, and they don't want them now. So clearly they're all about opening the floodgates there for what we already saw, right, was their end goal, which was to get people wrecked, right? Like, we clearly saw that. And you know, if the staking percentage does go below or above 10%, I mean, there's no telling what could happen to price, because that's going to be a whole lot more coins removed from the market.
Absolutely.
And we already have a very catered amount sitting out there as it is.
Thank you so much to Seek Crypto with the $50 super chat. In all caps, thank you for everything. Quattro Cinco tatted on his hand. Best community. Yeah, so I saw more than one person in Vegas who had gotten a freshly minted 5555 tattoo. And I did see Seek Crypto there with the one on their hand. So congratulations for that. That's super baller and awesome. And definitely going down in history.
Big time.
Thank you for the super chat.
I mean, this is the beginning of something major, man. So, there might be a day where the staking percentage is 30%.
Wow.
There could be a day because imagine, like,
That's
all
what
right,
we'll find out.
yeah. Let's look at what these people have been doing lately. Because this is exactly what it's about, right? Thank you for your service, sir, whoever you are. Look at this. T-share already at 18,149 hex per T-share. So that's crazy. Let's see here. I know there's gonna be big dollar. Okay, here we go. Basically, $5.85 million stake for 10 days. How common is that? Not common at all. And this is what I'm talking about. You don't typically see these kind of dollar size staking amounts going into the system. And we have another one, even bigger, 30 days, right? So this is what's happening in real time, right? This is literally what's happening in real time. So, it's important to understand that this is going to really jack that T-shirt rate up, right? I mean, look at the amount of T-shirts. We're not talking about three figures here. We're talking about 4 figures, right? And this individual also have 4 figures in T-shirts. So when this ends in, 8 days or whatever, 9 days is going to be crazy, right? It's going to be crazy because the T-shares, they're just going to reprice in conjunction with all the interest that was printed here. That's just how it works. But yeah, pretty much it as far as that goes. Again, it's just about understanding the simple mechanics behind how markets function, the flow of capital, right? How that matters, why that's important, right? Because that ties in directly to how HEX is decorrelated. Because we don't trade against, other crypto pairs. We primarily trade against fiat, which is going to always keep us in an advantageous position, right? That's the smart thing to do. It's not the dumb thing to do. It's the smart thing to do. So, you get to pick and choose what you want your market to look like. So it's important that people understand that. Let's see. According to Gunther's OA audit, OA owns 80% of Liquid HEX.
It's more than that.
Yeah, it's more than that. I don't remember the number. It's like 95 or something like that. If 10% is now staked, there's only 10% that is liquid, assuming the OA does not sell any. Yeah, it's funny. One thing we do know for sure, there's not a lot of HEX out there. And that's what we do know for sure. Oh, what's going on, Steak Wealth? Thank you for coming through, brother. Shout out to Steak Wealth. He's a great guy. I met him. I mean, who isn't a great guy, right? I met everybody out in Vegas as much as I could.
Hell yeah.
So, yeah, shout out to you, brother.
T-share is back up to about 1,500 already.
Yeah.
Very, very close to catch up to Ethereum and passive.
I mean, look at that.
Wow. Yeah. Somebody commented earlier that the T-share rate has definitely risen significantly in the past 30 days.
Yeah.
So, I know we got a lot to look forward to, and I know we're about at the time when we have to wrap up for this week. But I know, let's see. So Whales, do you know if you're going on any other shows this week?
What's today? Tuesday. I'm streaming with Johnny in Spanish tomorrow evening. That's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess I'll do a stream Sunday because I haven't done one in a while. You can join me for that if you guys like, of course. Anybody that wants to join me can join. I'm not like some gatekeeper when it comes to streams. So, whatever you want.
I'll try to hop on that one.
Yeah, for sure.
I won't be at the airport this time.
Right. Word. I mean, I'd like to, maybe talk about Vegas a little bit more then. You know, Vegas was very important, man, for the community. I don't know. It was crazy. I feel like that really put things into perspective for everybody. You know.
And by the way, everybody should be looking forward. There's gonna be a lot more content coming out because we took so many pictures, so many videos.
Yeah.
The next few weeks and months are gonna be amazing.
I can't wait. I'm gonna book everything super early this time. I'm not gonna be a procrastinator like I was this time. I honestly didn't want to go because I'm not a people person. Like I booked everything like almost last minute. So I was saying yeah, but I had zero intention, and then I was like, all right, fuck it. Literally last second decision. So.
Hell yeah! I'm glad you did.
Yeah, I'm glad I did too, man. I'm honestly glad I did. Probably the best decision I've ever made in my life. So, and here's a cool thing. I was hearing random conversations, and everybody was talking about the same damn thing. Important topics. Things that are fucked up, things that need fixing, things that they like to see. It was just so weird. It's so weird. It's not the kind of conversations you normally hear people having because people typically want to talk about dumb shit.
Yeah.
Like the weather or whatever. I don't fucking know. I honestly don't know because I don't interact with people. So
yeah.
And now that I have now that I have a whole community of people that aren't stupid, I'm definitely spoiled, right?
Yeah.
So my life is good.
Absolutely.
Shit, man. It's crazy. This is great. Everybody's going to, do what they want. Okay, this is dynamic in real time, this APY. Okay. So check this out. The staking percentage actually reduced by 0.001%, and that ticked up the APY 0.01%. Interesting. Real time. Oh, that was because that stake got nuked. That's a stake we just saw get nuked.
Oh.
Yeah,
Thank
that makes sense.
you for your service, I guess.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Marion is funny. Yeah, I wish I would have got more time with people out there, man. It was just, I can't wait for the next one. I'm gonna book everything as soon as possible. It's not even funny. And if you can, you might want to get out there before the actual dates because it's so much fun to have in Vegas when you get around hexagons. I mean, I was there for 6 days and it wasn't enough.
That's right.
It wasn't. It wasn't. Hey, Max. Yeah, thank you, man. I had so many great sit-down conversations. People wanted to pick my brain, and I was more than happy to give them the time. Nobody's ever wanted to talk to me before after hearing me talk, so why wouldn't I be gracious? Right? Because I know I'm a rough character. I know. So I appreciate all the love and respect from everybody. Honestly.
Yeah, shout out to all the hexagons again, man. It was epic. Love to meet everybody. It was great. Don't be a stranger. Reach out on Telegram if need be. Let's continue to onboard people. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, I exchange numbers with so many people. I text with many of them now frequently. Like, you just like, these are things I never did before. I don't typically interact with human beings, so this is all new for me.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. So new chapter for everybody. Yeah, new chapter for everybody. Honestly, that's what I feel this is. So
thanks to everybody who came out, and thanks to everybody who's been watching us today. We're gonna go ahead and hit the outro, and we'll see you guys next time.
Let's go. Bang, bang.
boom.